Welcome, everybody. We are finally here. It is the OCC Ultimate, the inaugural, the first ever, and it is going to be huge. The players have been grinding for 3 months to play here today with a prize pool of $3,000 on the line. Just for showing up, you're taking home $125. The grand prize is $1,000. I am your host, Christo. I am joined by Darkness, by Spooz, by Bubbles. Gentlemen, I am excited. We are going to have a wonderful day for you here today, but the War Room's here to get you primed and ready to go. So what we're going to do is we're going to dive into the bracket and have you take a look at who's going to be competing today. We are going to have our panel of experts walk you through a variety of decks, but stay tuned because in just under 30 minutes, we are going to be live with the quarterfinals today. That's right. It is a 2-day event. Quarterfinals happening today. Each and every game will be broadcast in its best of 5 glory. And tomorrow we're going to have the semifinals, the bronze match, as well as the grand finals. So there you have the ultimate top 8 bracket. Players have been fighting for points in the OCC clash that have been happening month over month. And here we have what it is shaken down to. So this point system has allowed us to go ahead and rank these competitors. And finishing first on that point list was Head. Head will be going head to head with Tiger. Yes, the head puns are starting early. Spooz, you had shared a little bit of information about some of these matchups that you had a little gopher in the back go run around and do. What can you tell us about Head versus Tiger?
I mean, Head obviously the winner of 3 conclusive clash OCC clashes, and both have only met once so far. Head has just played 5 OCC so far with a 42% win rate, which is really impressive. And Tiger is just finishing 8, but I think we all know how good Tiger is, and we know that both players have actually very good chances of advancing to the next round today.
Got No in 5 taking on J King in that second matchup. I mean, Bubbles, that could very well be the finals, but it's not. They're going to go down in the first round here.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the bracket as well, I was thinking to myself, normally when you see an OCC bracket, you know which side you'd rather be on. And it's, there's no such thing as an easy side in any OCC. But very much today, looking at the bracket, I was like, there is nowhere I'd want to be placed. But saying that, I think this No and 5 versus Jaking section is the scariest of the scariest. They're all pretty terrifying, but I think that's the one I would personally least like to be thrown into is that matchup there. So I think it'll be a really exciting match, and I'm looking forward to seeing these 2 high-level players battle it out.
In our third quarter final, we got Jinlun versus Leo. Darkness, any insight into that matchup?
It's a matchup where I have the least insights in because both players have the least appearances. They are still veterans, though. Jinlun played in 4 OCCs and even one April Clash. Leo played in 2 and won both times, so we didn't see them often, but they are still very strong players. What makes them hard to grab, but still very scary as opponents. It's like Bubbles said, it's not an easy bracket, even the lower one.
And that's right. In our last quarterfinal, we've got Berto Burrito taking on Uwu and it was funny as we were casting the April clash. Berto was talking about how all he was hoping for was to not end up facing No in 5. So I think Bubbles, that goes back to your talk about how that could be like. We don't quite have a group of death, but close enough. Berto did manage to avoid No-In and J King and end up in the bottom bracket, so won't be facing them until the finals. But Berto and Moy apparently have never faced each other in an OCC at the very least. I think we've established. Berto's won it twice. Uwu finished second once, so Berto probably coming into that the favorite. But now that I put that out there, I've probably jinxed him. So very sorry for you, Berto. Going to be a great series of games today, but let's dive into a little bit more depth of the decks. We will obviously be walking through each and every deck during the main show here at the top of the hour. But to dive in for a bit more detail, Bubbles, why don't we start with you? You're going to walk us through our defending world champion J King's lineup.
Yeah, so I wanted to start with J King's lineup because I think it's just sort of what we can expect from OCCs lately. These are the four most popular decks. If you look at the stats, actually, we've got 7 people bringing this USA Frontline deck and 7 people bringing this Jagro deck, and then Brit Air and Soviet France Control following very closely. So the reason I wanted to look at J King and sort of take a look at these decks is just because these are what you can expect to see everywhere. You know, if you play ladder, you'll be familiar with most of these decks. You'll be running into them a lot, but then even at the very peak, these are the 4 decks that most people are going to. We do see some slight changes from his OCC Clash decks and how he's changed them for the ultimate here. He did tech his USA Frontline deck very heavily for self-discard, but then surprisingly not as many people bought self-discard as we'd expected. So we see he's changed back this USA Frontline list to be a little bit more standard, putting in things like Blitzkrieg and taking out the US Research and the Island Hopping, which he had previously put into fight discard. And then looking at this Brit Air list, it's pretty much what you'd expect. You know, you've got the Aichi, the Naval Supply Run, and the Type 94s from Japan, the Sonia, all these bombers, great support from Japan. There's a reason we see everyone going with Japan instead of USA or Italy for the ally for Brit Air at the moment, which is these bombers just provide so much support. And then obviously you have Air Superiority, a great removal piece, as well as Naval Supply Run, which is still one of the more efficient buffs in the game. Nothing too surprising here. You've seen this deck before. You'll see this deck again. It's a popular deck, and this exact list here is all over the place. Very common now with this draw engine. You do 4 convoys and 2 Lend-Lease. This is sort of what you can jump to, what you can expect. This is something I would try and add to your deck list at home. You know, you can always look at these lists and you can think, how can I apply this to my home decks? And often there's a lot of elites, a lot of specials, things you can't actually put in your decks at home. But running 2 Lend-Lease and 4 convoy is something most people will be able to put into their Brit Air list immediately. So don't go just yet. Wait for the end of the stream, but then boot up cards, change your Brit Air list, add in 2 Lend-Lease and 4 convoys. And then we see Jagro, a slightly slower version to what some people play. We see that because we've got cards like the Panzer 3H in here. Now this just finds you some. This is just really good at finding you your orders. We've seen this deck go less and less focused on a range of things and more focused on just getting this Feigned Retreat off, because it's just such a powerful ability, especially with the addition of 3rd Yokosuka, was just even better with Feigned than this deck was before. So we've seen it go down to 2 orders. You know, you've got 2 Erados and 2 orders now, the Desperate Measures and the Feigned Retreat. That is the standard build. But then J King, also bringing in the Panzer 3H just to give himself a little bit of extra search, just a little bit of better dig to help find these Feigned Retreats. And then this Soviet France deck, fairly standard, pretty much what you can expect to see. Now, we do see J King putting in the Scorched Earth. He had been trying the deck without Scorched Earth for a while, just relying on these Brianks regulars, but saying, you know what, 1 Scorched Earth is worth it, I'll put it back in. And then also the Night Witches, you know, just try and get as much value as possible. And it sounds like my bird is starting to give a couple of opinions on these, so I think I'm going to wrap it up there and throw it back to you, Christo.
Right on. I do think at this point your bird has listened to enough card streams that they are likely a better expert than I am. So just to, I'm gonna go back to you, and I you can have your bird chime in if you'd like. But you did mention in the previous clash that Brit Air is dead. Only half of the people are bringing it, and now we've seen that bounce back the other way. I believe there are 2 Brit discard lists today, but 6 of the competitors are bringing Brit Air. What do you think kind of called for the swing back in the other direction?
I mean, I think it was to be expected. This sort of Brit Air is dead has become a little bit of a joke in cards, a little bit of an ongoing and running on joke where, oh no, someone's not brought Brit Air, the deck's dead, everyone panic. But one of the things Brit Air really, you know, has going for it is this elastic. The word I'm looking for. It's really able to bounce back against all sorts of things the meta throws at it. Because you're so reliant on bombers and fighters, it gives you an edge over all the other decks. You know, Jagro, you've got to use units with Blitz, and units with Blitz have worse stats. You know, you look at cavalry compared to gladiator. Gladiators are 1-3, cavalry is a 2-1. You get better stats, but then you also get the advantage of being able to hit without having to move up to the front line. And this is something where a lot of decks fall behind. You know, even USA Frontline, it suffers in the fact that you have to get these units down, move them up over time, and then start attacking. With Brit Air, the moment you play a unit, it becomes a threat. You know, if you drop a 30-second infantry, you play it, and then you have to move it up, and it costs a whole bunch of credits. But even with these units that have operation costs, like the Gladiator Swordfish, they do have an operation cost. The fact that you don't have to spend time moving them up and then hitting face, that's part of why this deck is able to be so resilient to sort of meta shifts and whatever's being played. And then you also have the Brit draw. Brit is sort of seen as this nation that has the best drawing cards, and for good reason. They have the convoys and the lend leases, just sort of your standard go-to draw engine, and it just gives Brit Air this ability to apply threats very quickly because they don't have to move to the front line, and then find additional threats super quickly through digging through their deck. Another card to look out for is Empire Strikes. This is the best AoE in the game right now, even pushing cards like Supply Shortage, Root Out, you know, really common AoE tools to the side a little bit, just because of its ability to clear the board and burn the face. Normally when you play a big AoE, you have to spend your whole turn doing that. With Brit Air, you can apply the same amount of pressure to the HQ as you could by just attacking because of this card.
Right on. I think it's pretty clear that the Budgie agrees. Darkness, you were going to take us through Tiger's lineup.
Thank you very much, Christo. And Tiger is a very good follow-up after Bubble's explanation over Brit Air and about his insights about the stats. Yes, everyone brought J Aggro and US Frontline, but Tiger, he is outstanding looking at the deck lists with 3 very different decks. First, Soviet self-damage, but the ally is German-Italy. He's playing Fast Heinz with actually Fast Heinz in his deck. The Brit Air is very similar to the rest of the Brit Airs, so I'm not getting deeper into this. And his Japan Brit deck list is also Air, and I think Bubbles has a really good point. Those 1-3 units, the Gladiator and the Swordfish, are just giving you an advantage early on against Frontline, against J Aggro. And this is why I think Tiger brought this very interesting Japan-Britain air list. So I want to highlight this and finish with the other at the end. But over the last years, there were so many different attempts to make Japan Air work, and this is the closest I think anyone ever got to make this work, because of the very crucial Brit units, the Swordfish, 1-3 giving you the early advantage as a bomber to trade efficiently. The Albacore is great also following up and synergizes with pin mechanics from Japan. Convoy and Lend-Lease are able to supply you with a lot of card draw. Here he's using 2 Lend-Leases as well, and 1 Supply Shortage and 2 Empire Strikes only, giving a nice amount of AoE. So he's picking the most valuable things out of Brit Air and into Japan Air, and now he needed to fill up additional spaces with Japan cards, like the Achi, the new Achi. That one got changed, giving you after destruction another bomber with smokescreen. Audacity also giving you a bomber with smokescreen, even more reaction to that. So in the end, he's even playing zeros, 2 standard cards, but one deployment damage and ambush fighter is very solid, and it was always close of being able to reach the meta, being able to reach the top level in cards. This is the deck I'm most interested in today. Of course, it is not the meta, and if he's crazy or a genius, will he prove on the battlefield? But this is the deck I really wanted to highlight here. I jumped over Brit Air so far, and now I will get a little bit closer into Tiger's Heinz deck. Japan was always an aggressive deck, always very famous on the ladder, but during the last 1 or 2 years, outmatched by other decks, by other different attempts of going into the deck. But he made some small differences in his approach to make this deck possible, and this is just a ton of early aggression from the Japan part. With the type 9040K cavalry, 15th cavalry regiments and bicycle regiments, he is using 8 1k cost with 0k operation cost units to be able to withstand against J aggro, making it almost even, and being able to get into the frontline against the US-German frontline deck he's not playing. Panzer 2A is again a 1-3 body. He's able to trade efficiently against J aggro and against the frontline decks. And then he's capitalizing on buffs like Fast Heinz, Greif, Blitzkrieg, combination with Panzerbefehlswagen. This is a true all-in full aggression Heinz deck, and we did not see this for a pretty long time, making this one successful. But it can work. It has definitely potential. This is why I'm very interested in Tiger's lineup in general. Last but not least, he's using self-damage that is not new to the meta, but only a very few player using or used this specific ally, and this is Italy. He's not capitalizing on the very useful Japan units like the 33rd Recon, getting by themselves or from scouting party. He's using Mare Nostrum from Italy. This card has a lot of potential to make it less squishy, to give you a bunch of HP back with your big units. So it fits very well. I think J-King played this one first in October or November, somewhere before the World Championship, and was relatively successful with it, although it did not reach the meta part. But with only using 3 Italy cards, there's more space for Soviet cards. And with the rest of the self-damage decks, you always need to take something out, to cut one bloody sickle, maybe to not go for all 456 rifle regiments. But here you don't need to go for that compromise. You're just playing the full Soviet self-damage list. What makes it more predictable, more stable overall, plus the Mare Nostrum to not getting chipped away, for example, against air or J aggro that fast. So I'm very happy to see Tiger's decks in action. I wonder if he's closer being a genius and going to win today, or if he's considered to be crazy for not following the meta pass. The battlefield will decide.
I think you put it perfectly, Darkness, where you said, at the end of the day, the battlefield will decide, and it could go either way. I am really curious to see if flipping that Brit Air deck on its head will work out. We've seen it kind of go back and forth in some of the OCCs in the past, where they've added the Brit Ally to that list to kind of get another air deck out there. And I believe everybody else is bringing Jagro this time around, so it's gonna be. I'm very curious to see how that is going to play out. We've got one last list to go through. Spooz, what are you talking to us about today?
Yeah. It was actually not too easy to find a third player with a completely different lineup like we had with J King and Tiger now. So I'd like to take a look at Leo's list, who's having at least one new deck that we haven't taken a look at right now. So the first two decks here is just what we just recently saw, the US-German frontline deck, Japan, Germany, Feint Retreat, Jagro deck. The fourth deck is just the deck that J King just brought, and a lot of players, like 4 in totals, are bringing this specific archetype today. The only thing that Leo is doing different, or what stands out the most for me with that Soviet list, is that he's bringing 2 Phony Wars. And the reason for that might be his third list, maybe. So probably he expected a little bit more discard today. And Phony War is just perfect against the discard matchup because it just refills your hand and gives you more options and makes the discard from the opponent like completely useless almost. But yeah, the third list we haven't seen today. And Jinlun and Leo, both just facing each other here in the quarterfinals. Bones are bringing the same lineup and also almost the same deck here with that Britain-Germany discard deck. A very annoying deck to play against. Like, it has the full discard package with not full, but 2x Case Yellow, Wolfpack. Then you have stuff like MI5, and that all combined with just those strong British pin cards like Shelling and Monty, plus Fog of War and the draw engine that Bubbles just mentioned earlier. It's really annoying to play against this. It had so many tools to just overwhelm you. Just the strong British elites like Sexton additionally. So a very, very frustrating deck, a very strong deck. I personally like to play Commonwealth in this together with some fortifications. Like, you already have them in the deck. Why not use them to have another win condition? For example, if your opponent is playing a deck with Phony Wars, your discard is very likely not too strong. But yeah, a lot of high competitive players decide against the Commonwealth. There might be a reason for that. But yeah, overall, a very frustrating list. And I'm happy I'm not playing against Leo and Jinlun today, who have those lists in their lineup.
Now, Spooz, Bubbles talked a little bit about why, Brit Air is so strong and so flexible and works so well into the current meta. What do you think would possess Leo and Jinlun to say, no, you know what? I'm not going to go with what is arguably the strongest deck in the cards meta right now. I'm going to take that discard route.
Yeah, that's honestly a good question. I mean, Brit Air, sure, but also when you expect your opponents to bring several lineups, you want to have something that is good against this, and also not just good against that, but also good in general. Like, if you just pick counter decks and then your opponent is not bringing what you expected, you're just screwed. So, and this Brit German discard deck is pretty strong. It has very good matchups, but also very bad. But it's overall a very consistent deck, and I think they just feel more comfortable with this, I expect. And they also have a control deck with that Soviet list, so I think they don't want to have 3 aggressive lists, like they already have that frontline and that Jago list. So I think they want to have it a little bit more balanced out, so they have at least one archetype available in their matches. And I think that might be the reason.
Well, we are going to have a best of 5. There are no bans, so you do get to bring your whole lineup. You get access to all of your tools, and we're going to see that in just a few moments. So a big thank you, Spooz, Bubbles, and Darkness, for your expert breakdown of the deck list here today. We're going to be diving in just a moment. We're going to have Flake be joining us, as well as Bubbles. Parakeet will also be on the mic to walk us through the $3,000 inaugural Officer Club Championship Ultimate. So don't go anywhere. We're going to find out who the first champion is. Welcome, everybody. It is finally time for the inaugural OCC Ultimate. We're getting geared up here for our first matchup of Head versus Tiger. This is a huge 2-day event. We've got the quarterfinals going on today. Tomorrow, the semis, third place, and the grand final. Stay tuned to find out who is going to take home 1,000 USD. It's going to be huge. Bubbles, remember when I said during the pre-show that there would be no bans? I think I lied.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a lie. I mean, generally we
Yeah.
encourage honesty and truth from our casters and analysts, but it's okay to throw in a little bit of misinformation once in a while.
Oopsie daisy. It will be, in fact, best of 5 with 1 ban. Darkness, welcome back, our world traveler. We have missed you for the last couple of events, but it's great to have you here today.
It's a blast to be back here. I only visited 2 different countries, Brazil and Japan, in the meantime. But yeah, this is the important place to be at this weekend. So shall we? Let's get into this ultimate OCC.
Let's do it. Thank you for showing off. I haven't left my basement and you've been to 2 countries. Let's bring up the bracket and see who we're going to have competing today. You've got Head versus Tiger. That is going to be our first quarter final. It's going to be called by Bubbles and Darkness, who you just got introduced to. Noin versus J King in our quarterfinal of Doom. Jinlun and Leo in the top of the bottom bracket, and Berto, Burrito, and Uwumoy to wrap us up today. So we're gonna get into Head versus Tiger here. We're gonna start by jumping into their player cards, I believe. Now we have retweaked those for the Clash events. We were typically looking at their stats for the previous month. This time around, though, we're doing all of the big hard math. We got the calculators going in the background, so we are going to have their career stats, and there you have Head with a whopping 26,000 matches played, a win rate of 65%, and the ultimate rank of first. That means that Head went ahead and got the most points in the 3 clashes so far to get our first seat here in the OCC Ultimate. Bubbles, what can you tell us about Head?
So yeah, Head has come into this OCC season hot, and I imagine they'll be leaving it with a lot of velocity as well. They came in, they just started dominating tournaments, and as you can see, their ultimate rank first, which I think really speaks for itself. And you can talk about all these other stats, total matches, wins, losses, win rate, all of this, but when it comes to the OCC Ultimate, all that really matters and all I'm really interested in is that ultimate rank, because what that does is it tells you how good you are in a competitive tournament setting. It's all very well being great on ladder, but you need to be able to come to the tournaments and beat the other pro players, and this is what Head's really good at. Head is really, really good at coming to tournaments and dominating, and I think it speaks for itself in this career card. And I'm looking forward to seeing them attempt to do it at the OCC Ultimate. I think they've got a very strong chance, and also Workers Unite, very strong favorite card. Little bit of credits, a little bit of draw. It's just a nice, well-rounded card to match Head's well-rounded playstyle.
Love it. And I think to your point, Bubbles, seeing Head finish first in the series of 3 OCC clashes we had just goes to show consistency in a tournament setting as well, right? Not having one hot month or one great tournament, was able to pull that off over 3 consecutive months. Let's take a look at Head's opponent, Tiger here. Tiger did have the ultimate rank of 8th. That means they qualified 8th for this event, but that does mean that they still had to perform again over 3 months. So we see Tiger a little bit less experienced, playing only 14,000 matches, very similar win rate overall, hovering on that 65% kind of space. Darkness, any thoughts on Tiger?
Yes, I remember Tiger from like the 4th or 5th OCC. This will be soon 3 years ago. And I underestimated him back then. The format was different, but I only needed 1 win to be into top 8 OCC. I played against Tiger and he beat me up 2-1. This was the first time I I met Tiger, and from time to time he disappears, he comes back, he disappears, he comes back. But under the spotlight, he's always there. He has way less matches than Head, but he is a veteran with a ton of experience following the cards esports scene for a long time. I bet Head knows and won't underestimate him. Also, his favorite card, M4A1, is very nice card and a good tech card against the evil of cards, the discard. Of course, he got into Ultimate rank 8 to be matched against the first one. So he's living on the edge. But I don't think this will be a disadvantage for him. This is only more exciting.
Right on, Darkness. So that gives you a pretty good insight into our two players. So why don't we dive into the deck list and find out exactly what they are bringing here today. This is a best of 5. They are bringing 4 decks each, and there is a ban, right, Bubbles?
There is indeed, and I think I'm going to bring in another acronym. You know, always coming up with my cards acronyms, and that's ABB. Always ban Brits, and that's my main expectation for this. You know, looking at the decks, we have this this USA Germany frontline deck from Head, very popular deck. I think 7 out of 8 players are bringing it today. Then we have this Japan Ally Brit Air deck, very popular. Again, you're seeing this a lot today. Soviet France sort of came up in recent history. It's not quite as old in popularity as this USA Frontline deck and this Brit Air deck. You know, these decks go back a very long way. This Soviet France control deck has sort of been lingering on the side for a while, but it's managed to push its way into the meta very recently. It's just very consistent and most likely the most sort of reliable control deck at the moment. And most players like to bring control decks when they can. It's a very favored sort of way to play the game because it relies on skill rather than sort of high rolling to beat your opponent. So a lot of people will bring it because it's, you know, when you're a competitive player, it's very good to be confident and rely on your skills when and where you can. And this deck, yeah, as it's pushed itself into the meta, has a lot of ways of interacting with the meta decks as well. We see Petliakov, which is really good against this USA front line. We've got cards like Chaika, which is excellent against Brit Air, gives you 2 fighters to fight back. And then you just have a lot of ways of slowing down the game. You know, things like the Irregulars, the Spyring is very good with a slow down game. Just a lot of options and a lot of different ways to play. And then we do actually see this Germany-Italy deck come back. Now, this deck used to be very popular. It used to be the control deck to play, to the point where usually people would say, I'm bringing control, and you wouldn't even ask what type of control you're bringing. You would just assume they were bringing this Germany-Italy control deck. Now, it did get pushed out for a range of reasons. It just sort of couldn't keep up with the other decks in the meta. You know, as Brit Air became more resilient to their AoE with things like this Aichi, USA Frontline got a little bit more aggressive with things like these Blitzkrieg and these half tracks. The deck just couldn't really keep up quite as well, but we see Head bringing it again and bringing a couple changes and a little bit of a variation to it, bringing things like the Gestora, the Skybounds to make it a little bit better against Brit Air, and then also things like the Admiral Hipper and the Panzer H, which just gives you quite a nice sort of thing to play in the mid game. You sometimes get into this scenario where you have things like the Leopold, maybe a Tiger in hand, which is just a bit too slow, and you've thrown out all your early things. But we even see Head taking the Tiger out and just trying to play a little bit more board presence, JU88, Panther G, and just try to get a more established board. So this is sort of Head lineup. It's a well-rounded lineup, and yeah, ABB, always ban Brits.
There you go. Let's take a quick peek at Tiger's list. Darkness, you walked us through it on the pre-show, so we don't necessarily need to dive into an excruciating amount of detail, but why don't you give us a quick pass through to show us what Tiger is armed with today?
Of course. So his first deck is Soviet self-damage, not the typical one with Japan Ally, but with Mare Nostrum, a little bit more stable overall. The second one is Fast Heinz with the actual elite buff card, Fast Heinz. It's another fast, aggressive deck, a little bit off meta, but maybe Tiger is a genius here. Third is Brit Air. you love it or hate it, but it's arguably the strongest aggressive deck in the meta right here. And he tried to duplicate it with Japan Brit with his Force deck, where he's playing also air with the core elements of Brit air, but with more different aspects from the Japan side going towards control and pin. So his deck is a little off meta, a little aside from the meta, but also very stable and definitely leaning to be an aggressive and straightforward lineup.
Are you living by the same acronym that Bubbles has put together? ABB, always ban Brits?
Yes.
Well, great. Let's bring up the ban screen then. Let's take a look and see if both players followed the advice of Bubbles and Darkness here and went to go ahead and ban the Brit lists. I hear we have some slight technical challenges in bringing up the ban screen. So we might just go at it for a minute and see what we can kind of put together here. Is this ban of Brits your acronym, Bubbles, you put together? Just a question of like, hey, Brit Air is the strongest deck in the game, and Brit Discard is just the biggest pain in the butt to deal with. So I'm gonna get rid of both of them.
And there's also the fact that some of the things Brit just brings as a nation are so problematic to play against in a competitive scenario. This draw, they have such good draw engines, and these draw engines you can't really play around. If you're playing against Frontline, you can play around the Shermans. If you're playing against Feigned Retreat, you can try and stop them getting this feigned off and play around it. But with Brits, they just have so much draw and such a powerful way of drawing every time that it's just safer just to ban them.
So did they ban? Do we have the information now?
I think we do. Let's bring it up then. Let's take a look. And ooh, that's interesting. So Head has had his Brit list banned, but Tiger is not going to be able to bring the Soviet list. Darkness, you got something to say about that?
Maybe had prepared a lot against Tiger's air lists and is targeting those very fast, very aggressive lists. Since Soviet self-damage is very different from the regular aggressive list, the usual counterparts like AoE, like those things are not working or working different against self-damage. So this could be the factor why Head is respecting self-damage here, and this is the reason why self-damage got very popular in the first place. Of course, I can't look into Head's head to know his actual thoughts about this, but a lot from banning is on just knowledge how to play those matchups, and if Head is very, very very experienced and played those lineups 100 times, he gets a feeling on what is dangerous in which hands.
That could be the way of looking at it, and I'm seeing you nod as well, Bubbles. And let's not forget that Tiger's also bringing that Japan Brit Air list as well, which sort of means they're going to have to deal with some sort of Brit Air-ish at some point. So it might just be a question of like, yeah, I'll face the more aggressive decks. I'm going to get away from that control list and go from there. And here we are getting into it.
I think another aspect just to quickly comment on is this Germany control deck, which Head's brought into game one. It's very much teched against air decks. You've got things like the Careless Talk, which are really good at sniping these Aichis, because if it dies on your turn as you deploy it, then you don't get the replacement. But also just with things like Sudden Strike, Sky Barons, Justora, Head may just be very confident in this, well, this exact matchup right here, and sort of has the backup that, hey, even if I get high rolled by this Brit Air list, I can then try this same sort of similar matchup against this Japan air list that Tiger has. We see quite a strong start for Tiger when facing against the aggressive and board presence decks, but actually these triple air superiorities, oh my lord, really not what you're looking for in this matchup, and it may really come back to bite Tiger finding all of these so early on.
It's looking funny because both have a not great start. Of course, Head has 2 careless talks, but Tiger is not playing anything into it, so Head is basically wasting credits, while Tiger was able to find his first convoy and dealing a little bit of chip damage with Head having no removal for this little bomber, and they're just activating those countermeasures. Now it's from the deep and careless talk. Tiger is able to drop a unit now. The type would be the best option to drop into the countermeasures first. Definitely not the Spitfire here. This is gone, doesn't cause too much harm, but losing this Brit Bomber hurts a lot because Tiger ideally would have played close air support on 2 units here to deal more damage and makes this Sonya more resilient. But Head's counterplay finally played off, and now he's looking to play the Heinkel. I mean, there are not a lot of other options, but to go for the attack and get the kill here with Mare Nostrum and the Spoils of War. What is a good move, but of course allowing Tiger to get into the field with a Spitfire, killing the Heinkel with one of those 3 air superiorities, getting into the match. But Head has Admiral Hipper, and I really want to see Admiral Hipper here. It's turn 5, and this is the best play for him here right now to not lose any tempo advantage. Remove 1 credit slot from Tiger, prevent a card draw. That was a very strong move here. Even removing a little bit of HP and damage from the Spitfire, although this one has Fury now and got a little bit more dangerous. This is why Head is choosing to sacrifice his Comet to trade into, leaving Tiger with not a lot of options, and a plain battlefield turn 7 already looks very good for Head here. Tiger's playing Sexton, nothing to pin. So a little bit wasted the destruction effect, and Annihilation is able to kill it and remove 1 air superiority. Not a bad card to lose for Tiger. He does not need those right here. He needs tempo, and HMS is a nice tempo card with close air support. Finally a little bit of stats and damage. But again, Head has several options to deal with that.
I think you just drop the JU-88, go for the sudden strike, put up the careless. It just puts you in such a good defensive position when you have this JU-88 down on board. And obviously Tiger can respond. They can respond with this shelling into this surprise attack, and they can pin it and just kill it on the spot. But once your opponent starts doing this just to kill single fighters, the Brit Air deck is essentially expending way too many resources for what they're getting in return.
Yeah, the Brit Air is a tempo deck, and Tiger has to deal damage. I mean, this is 2 damage and another aircraft lost into careless talks. He's down to 1 card in his hand. Head is finding Sky Barons. Another removal card. I would have expected to see this instantly, but Head is going for the spoils. And looking for maybe another root out. No, not root out. Sudden strike, maybe. Can't really say what he's looking for.
Oh, look at this fancy little thing letting us see the options. Now, the question is, do you go for the Annihilation or the Right Research? Because the Right Research obviously letting you take out something very, very cheap and very efficiently. But obviously this Annihilation getting you a little bit of discard in return.
I mean, Leopold is also a strong card. Just
that at this stage in the game, it's not what you need for this sort of scenario. And now Tiger really needs to find some of their draw, some of their Nen leases, some of their convoys, something like this, and just refill this hand with resource.
think the Reich research is so flexible that it was the better choice here. Ah, case yellow. Okay, convoy. He needs to find more card draw, and this is not more card draw. He's able to drop everything, but head has ways to respond. Tiger really needed Lend-Lease right here to get back into this match. He's down to 0 hand cards again, with head having all the necessary removals. Sky Barons taking out the big plane. Hand G is a very big threat. He could have taken out the little bomber, but with no follow-up cards, this one damage is not dealing enough damage here, so head is changing towards more aggressive play.
I mean, at this point, you need to start asking yourself, if your head, how can I possibly lose this game? Because there are ways in which you lose this game, and you just need to be aware of what those avenues are. You're definitely miles ahead of your head, very far ahead, if you will pardon the pun, which I think has been done about 4 times today. But the way you lose this, if you're looking at it from head's perspective, is this Lend-Lease, this convoy into big draw, these big draw engines into HMS plus Empire Strikes. That is how you lose this game. So you just need to ask yourself, what can I do to slow that, method down? What can I do to prevent that? And when you look in your hand and you see there aren't actually any tools in your hand to prevent that, the next question becomes, how can I close out this game as quickly as possible to give Tiger the smallest amount of time possible to find this combo?
Yeah, HMS was already being played, the Spitfire also. Tiger really does not has a ton of options left. I think Wellington is in his deck list. He's running out of options without having
even just Lend-Lease into multiple Swordfishers will essentially have the same effect and get you the same result, which is just a way of sort of dealing with this board as well as applying pressure to the HQ, which you can then convert into a sort of lethal or something like a close air support or something. But we see head finding the Man Nostrum, which essentially means that Tiger needs to act now or never, because the moment this Man Nostrum becomes popped, head's HP pool goes so far ahead that there is no way, and there you see Tiger just going for the surrender, and head confident with this Germany matchup into Brit Air, and I think this is a big part of why we didn't see Brit Air get banned, is just because of how much head is comfortable with this matchup. But I imagine we'll see Tiger just bring Brit Air straight back again and just try again with the same deck. It's such a consistent and reliable deck that even against your counters, like this Germany control deck, you can often still bring out the game.
Yeah, of course. Brit Air is able to give you such an explosive start to win against anything, but with 3 air superiorities and only 1 Sonya, it's not enough to give you an early advantage over your opponent. Tiger right now, looking at his hand, 2 air superiorities again, but a Gladiator turn 1 is a skip. This will give him a little bit more confidence in trading.
It's also one of these matchups where actually having these air superiorities early on is okay, because you have a lot of things you want to target. The Red Devils, the Greyhound, but especially the Whirlwind, all of which head actually has in hand. And dealing with this Whirlwind, the moment it comes up, can be such an important sort of aspect to this sort of mid-game. And if you cannot deal with the Whirlwind almost straight away, you're almost guaranteed to lose so much tempo that you will be playing on the back foot for the rest of the matchup.
Yeah, exactly. The Red Devil is also very threatening because it takes the front line, enabling the Panzer 35T. And it's very hard to target because it takes an additional credit slot. Tiger here is not wasting time and eliminating this with air superiority. Very good card in this regard.
Now Head has a lot of options, can move up the Whirlwind to the front line, can blitz up the Greyhound and go for the trade, or can go for the 32nd Infantry into the Panzer 35T. Just a few different lines on how you can take it. We're going to see Head go for the 35T. I think it's a perfectly reasonable play. I don't think there's a particularly wrong way to do it. If you go for the Greyhound, you do in fact set up the Sherman next turn. If you go for the 35T, you get more of a board presence, and maybe you can bait out a little bit more removed from Tiger, maybe see a second air superiority or an Empire Strikes or something before putting down this Whirlwind. Just make sure it's extra safe.
Yeah, I do like this one the most. Head has enough cards right now. He does not need to push for Sherman, and getting a zero operation tank into the front line is always strong because it prepares you for the next turns to have additional options, additional damage. And this is why Tiger is targeting instantly this one with the HMS. Giving Tiger here 2 bombers in the support line, only needing to find a close air support, maybe a third aircraft to be in the best possible position here. Those 32nd Infantry regiments are replacing themselves by drawing those again and again as deployment effect, but those little bombers are the perfect tool to deal with them because you can trade so easy.
I think if you're Head here, you really need to play around trying to get this M4 Sherman draw. Because if you can get this M4 Sherman, you can look for tools which better help you answer the board. You've got your half-tracks in your deck, you've got Stars and Stripes, you've got strategic bombing. There's so many tools in your deck which would be of excellent help to you at the moment, and you just need to try and find them. So I would like to see Head starting to try and shift their playstyle a little bit just to try and find the draw. And yes, like you say, Head does have a lot of cards in hand, but they're not the cards Head needs. And what you really need in this situation is to just rummage through that deck, find tools to answer the board, and then once you've answered the board, you can establish this hand that you have very quickly and back it up for like a week and do it to avoid AoE, and then you just close out the game with that board that you just established with the we can do it. We do see the 35T off the top, but it's still, we are looking at these sort of scenarios, and it's just not quite what Head wants. The Swordfish can still kill this 32nd. There's more tools coming out from Tiger here. There's just so many ways of answering what Head has that Head really needs just to find a way to be putting threats down that Tiger has to answer instead of trying to find out ways to deal with Tiger's threats. It's just what the game has been so far.
But it's head to head. It's really close. Of course, Tiger is able to answer the board, but Head also is able to remove a ton of Tiger's aircrafts. Luckily, Tiger is having more and more of those, and the Spitfire is dropped. It's not easy for Head to kill this, but he has the Hellcat to trade or the half-track to send back.
I think now you have the half-track, you just go for the half-track and you get this Whirlwind into the front line. I think this is the most simple and clear-cut way of playing this turn. Once you've got this Whirlwind into the front line, it really slows down any options Tiger has. And I feel like we've gotten to the point now where holding this Whirlwind back for any longer is just not taking advantage of it. I do like holding it back a little bit to try and bait out some removal, try and keep it, wait for Tiger to expend some resources. But we've reached the stage in the game where holding it back any longer could just be detrimental to Head's game plan. And now we see Whirlwind in the front line. We are getting to the point where Blitzkrieg is starting to become a very, very scary option and something Tiger will need to be playing around. I imagine we'll see Monty come out and Tiger try and establish as much board presence as possible so that they can follow up moving forward. The issue is still this Whirlwind. You bounce back to Whirlwind. Yeah, Wrath Lightning, go for the Swordfish. But it's just, you don't want to have to be playing a pinned Wrath Lightning from your Monty. You want to better use that to establish more than just a single pinned Wrath Lightning.
Definitely. This one Wrath Lightning getting pinned hurts Tiger a lot because he really needs this option to deal with Head's units. There's a 4th unit coming in and the 5th.
It's so greedy though. Not going for the we can do it there just makes you so open to the potential Empire strikes. Now Tiger not having it, so it will pay off ahead. I really would have liked to see a Red Devils into a we can do it and just make yourself a little bit immune to this big AoE that Brillair can have.
But killing the bomber was also prevention for the Empire strikes. In case of Tiger has it with no other bomber.
But it's only 1 damage extra on Empire Strikes, whereas we can do it. We prevent 3 damage from Empire Strikes, as well as drawing you some extra cards to try and find your Blitzkrieg. Tiger in a difficult position. If you go for the Lend-Lease, you risk being blown out and just being killed on the spot by this Blitzkrieg. Gonna go for the Lend-Lease still.
There's the Empire Strikes. I think I would still go for it. It makes Wellington cheaper, gives you the ability to find shelling, to find Empire Strikes, to find more bombers. Tiger, it looks risky, yes, but I think Tiger needs a risky play to be able to come back here. Head is having so many units on the battlefield, Blitzkrieg, and it probably would be over anyway. We can do it, and it maybe would be over anyway, because 5 buffed units are so hard to deal with, and we are seeing this right now. Head is having so many options and 2 Shermans.
And I'd really like to see some trading coming out here. You can trade still, not trading at all. I feel like that's just such a risky maneuver. You know, if you get shelling and then sort of Wellingtons and buffs, and obviously there is this whirlwind, but we do have the rough lightnings to deal with that. I just feel like not trading there is a slightly risky route for Head to be taking things. Now Tiger having to think quite carefully about how they want to do this turn, because this whirlwind is really creating some major problems for them.
There is a comeback line. Dropping the Archie, the naval supply, plus close air support, being able to trade with the Rough Lightning into Wirbelwind, then dropping Wellington and having... Well, the Wellington can't attack, but...
And you can just go for the double trade. You don't actually need to buff. It's slightly more credit efficient just to double trade. So we'll see which route Tiger takes. If you save the naval supply run for once you've played Wellington, it gives you far more sort of blitz out from hand.
So Wellington is a blitz out from hand.
Oh, I was almost expecting them not to play it this turn. This really leaves you wide open to any sort of backline hate, which we know Head's deck is absolutely full of. Question is, do you go for the Sherman and look for the Blitzkrieg to end the game, or do you just go for the strategic bombing and clear out this front line? Personally, I prefer the strategic bombing route. You can trade your Red Devils into this Wellington and just clear out the back line and still apply a lot of pressure to face. I think it's just a more reliable route to take, but Head may be thinking, if I play this M4 Sherman, I can find Stars and Stripes, I can find Blitzkrieg, and then just try and end the game with these tools that I could find.
Head is actually 1 credit short of lethal here.
And yeah, like I say, go for the strap bombing, take out that Wellington, and then just sort of all this pressure being applied. And I really don't see what Tiger could do other than maybe finding a shelling off the top to save themselves. For anyone wondering about the clock, it is just a visual bug. Our players are not roping each other. Or at least if they are, that is not the reason for the clock on screen. It is just a visual bug from the spectate feature at the moment. I would expect to see it go away within a couple OCCs from now.
Okay. A couple OCCs.
Not OCC Ultimates, I'm hoping. I'm hoping OCC Clashes, you know.
I see. Yeah, Tiger is not really having enough options to do something here. Even with the Rough Lightning and the trade, it's not preventing lethal next turn. There's nothing in Tiger's deck helping him out. So Head is winning again against Brillair.
against this Brit air list. Head going against the grain and beating Brits instead of getting, just destroyed by Brits. The Soviet, I think, will be a little bit more of a difficult matchup. Soviets can struggle a little bit more with Brit air. They don't have so many proactive tools to deal with air units. You've got more things like hammer and things that deal with ground units. So they might struggle a little bit in this matchup. But I think, you've got 3 tries with this Soviet list against 3 separate decks from Tiger. I'd be very surprised if we can't see Head take at least one of these 3 games. So you've got to be feeling very confident if you are Head here. A very quick mulligan from Tiger with a very aggressive opener. And we see Head having a slightly slow start with no real play until turn 3. But even then, you need your opponent to have a big enough hand with a unit on low enough health to be wanting to play defend on depth on curve. So we'll see how this pans out. But Tiger getting a very nice starting hand up against Head's very, very slow and sort of more withdrawn starting hand.
The start of Tiger looks very nice and aggressive. Dealing 2 damage or playing HMS to deploy more bombers. Both is possible, but going for a little bit more damage feels more like the way to do, fits more into the game plan. Tiger now has to kill this Petliakov. Again, leaving 1 credit unused. Not as efficient as possible, but still good enough to deal with Head's early options here.
That Lend-Lease is actually a very comforting thing to find if you're Tiger here, knowing that you're able to go for the late game and still have a long, a strong and long presence later into the game due to that, especially when you have a card like Ultra in hand as well. It means you can Lend-Lease, find your tools, develop your board, and then protect your board with this Ultra. Now we see Head having to make some decisions. I imagine we may see one of these 2 defending depths come down as well as deploy this Chiker. That's sort of the most credit efficient way you can do this turn.
And defending depth to kill the Kitty Hawk, to not allow Tiger to trade efficiently. Tiger actually being it's not a great hand for him here. The type giving him a little bit more options, but I'm expecting Ultra to being played, yes, to just prevent.
Oh, but
some...
the engineers for Head could potentially help them buy a lot of time and give them a lot of longevity in this game. The sort of extra health you can get from this can be really quite substantial.
Ultra catching Call of the Colonies. That was a very efficient Ultra here. And with shelling, maybe it's a good idea to kill the engineers.
I think it just might be. You go for the shelling and you go for the pin on the engineers with the surprise attack and just take them out right now. Head does get to heal 2 health in the process when you cast this shelling, but you're really quite concerned about the engineers here. It just gives Head so many ways of reaching the late game and just clearing your board in the late game. You've got the ISU Winter Warfare combo. You've got the Winter Offensive, which is in hand. There's so many things Head can do in the late game to just swing the tide of the game in one big swoop that you really need to be quite concerned about the health pool that Head could get from this.
Another option would be a Rough Lightning play to maybe remove the engineers temporarily. But no, he's going
I like
for
this
shelling.
route, going for the trade first, which means now this ice shack that's been spawned in the result is far easier for you to clear and deal with, which allows you to set up your bombers and start trying to pressure face with all these bombers, especially when you have swordfishes in hand like Tiger does. It just gives you a much more consistent and reliable route post shelling.
Yeah, it's really, really strong. Very good move with the trade first and then shelling. Here, I'm looking at Rough Lightning and I want to see the first rifles getting pushed back and the Archie and Swordfish coming into the play. Tiger can even trade to kill those fighters and establishing a very nice board here, leaving the Japanese fighter at the one end to be more beneficial of a potential close air support top deck next turn. He could even go for the land lease to buff his current board. And Het has a lot of options, but not a lot of good options here. Defend in depth is only dealing 2 damage.
What they're doing here with the defend in depth is they're setting up future removals such as this winter offensive. What you don't want to have happen is play winter offensive and leave yourself vulnerable with units on board from your opponent afterwards. So it really just helps to set up this winter offensive. I'd really like to see a close air support come down and start pressuring face with these bombers.
This is a very difficult line.
Deciding to go straight for the damage. Now it is more damage to attack face with the Aichu than it is to buff and then go face with the swordfish. It just gives you your opponent this potential for this winter offensive to kill your Wrath. If you'd played this close air support, your Wrath would now be sitting alive on 1 health, and it just makes it a little bit more uncomfortable for Het. We do see still though, Het having some excellent options and go for the swordfish, put down an extra bomber, probably the Aichi, and then go for the double close air support, and then suddenly you are pressuring Het with almost lethal. In fact, I believe next turn is... Not sure what Het can find here to prevent this being lethal. You can go for the research and try and find the US research, but even then, you're only just buying time. There's no way that this is getting you out of the hole that you found yourself in.
Yeah, I think Tiger's
Gonna find the US research?
I think Tiger's play was just going straight for the damage. Was the most damage efficient move Tiger could possibly go for. Now the HQ is guarded. This is just free trade for those bombers. Looking still very comfortable for Tiger's Brit Air here.
And that
2
appears
hammer.
to be GG. Tiger finally finding the win on their Brit Air deck, but it's got to feel a little bit uncomfortable, having to take 3 games before being able to pull one out with this Brit Air list. However, they are still very much able to win this best of 3. It is not over until someone has won 3 games, and Tiger, they're able to bring this Japan deck and this Germany deck and still take the series. So Het still looking in a very strong position after that game, but don't write Tiger off just yet. This Japan is a fairly good matchup against this Soviet list. And then I think Heinz will struggle a little bit, but it's still very, very winnable for Tiger.
But still, Tiger needs to win 3 times against Het with his Soviet control list. Well, he won the first time, but 2 more times will be a difficult challenge.
I also think without cards like Ultra and without this draw that you get from the convoys and the Len leases, it's going to be a far more difficult matchup when you don't have Brit Main. Just because Brit Main offers so much utility, as well as the pressure from these strong units, that I think there's going to be far more room for Het to work around in, move about, and figure out how they want to win the game. And it's just going to be a lot easier over time for Het. I also think these explosive starts that you get from Brit Air is less likely with this Japan main because of this lack of close air supports. Now we see a very, very strong set of options here for Tiger. Het not quite as strong, but still you lack strong 1 and 2 drops for Soviet control. So you look for this strong turn 3.
Well, I agree there's less explosive start from Tiger here, but this version of Air has still a lot of potential going. First, you see a ton of airplanes, and he's using this elite card, 2 credits. I'm missing the name. It's when you deal 3 or more damage to the opponent's HQ, the buff, your airplanes are getting +1/+1. If Tigers...
Here, let me just. I believe it is. I can Rule the Skies. That is it.
Rule the Skies, exactly. With this elite card, it is able to get quite some explosive stuff going on in the early and mid game. Especially
I would just
against...
like to draw attention to Head's hand, though. This is a very powerful hand. You have the Radar for some heal and search. You have Winter Warfare to set up sort of AoE. The Pelyakov can cancel out deployment effects in the mid game, but especially the Chaika and also this Soviet 5k infantry that's still something. You can steal this Aichi, and then now you don't have to worry about the residue from the second Aichi. You just steal the original one, and it's such a potent way of dealing with these Aichis.
And I think the Aichi is one of the best potential units to steal. Not just in this matchup, but overall.
And look at this beautiful play here from Head, going with the Winter Warfare first. That means if Tiger goes for an Aichi trade, they do not get the destruction effect because it has to be on your opponent's turn. Now, there are a lot of good options here still for Tiger. Can just go for the Audacity into the Air Superiority and kill the replacement fighter, or can just try and develop their hand more with this Convoy. There's quite a few different routes on how you can take this turn. Just going to go for the Convoy. Keep it simple. It does put Head in a slightly difficult position because you don't actually want to be killing these Aichis on your turn just due to this destruction effect that they get. So able to say, yeah, I know these have 1 HP. I know you're able to trade with them, but that is not an optimal way for you to play this game. And if you want to trade with them, you may do so.
Yeah, now, this is obviously the played how to play with the Aichis, but this Chaika already did so much stalling and prevented so much damage from Tiger and bot development. Well, Tiger has more options now, but Head is able to steal one of those Aichis. What makes it even harder for Tiger?
Oh, the second Empire Strikes. That gives Tiger so much burn from hand. Each of these essentially counts as an air blitz as well as clearing the board.
This is the way. Killing those units with destruction effect and playing Empire Strikes to wipe the board essentially.
And with this second Empire Strikes as well, it's going to put Head in such an awkward position where Head is now going to be looking to re-establish some board presence and try and get on the defensive and deal with Head's aggression, with Tiger's aggression. But Tiger is just going to be able to redeploy another bomber and then just go for another Empire Strikes and just completely demolish Head's game plan. It's going to put Head in a very difficult position. When you're playing against an air deck and they find both their Empire Strikes, you very much feel like there's just no way of keeping up with the insane tempo that it offers your opponent. Now, we may see Head go for this Soviet sort of research, the thing which gives you 1 of 3 elites to pick from. Heroes of the Soviet Union. There are some very good things in there that can help you against Red Air. You can get this 5/5 again that can take control of a unit with 2 or less. There's a few good fighters in there. There's some nice blitz units in there. And there's also just quite a few deployment effects that sort of clear the board and help you deal with things straight away.
He's going for and he finds the Amora train.
Not the best thing for the matchup, but it certainly can be when your opponent goes with fighters. I just think with the amount of bombers that Tiger has at the moment, it could still be very problematic. Now, it looks like we're going to see Tiger go for the trade into the Audacity. This will get the plus bonus attack from the other Aichi on board and completely just eliminate the bomber.
I like this play. This was really nice getting value out of Audacity with the extra Aichi damage from hand. Defending Deaths will take out this.
Oh, Head going for the draw last. You've always got to draw first. You know, play your draw and then play your removal.
Usually this is the way. I agree. Tiger just playing this little artillery, but Head is not having more airplanes, so the effect is probably not not triggering anything here. Head has some options, but most of them are guard options, and Tiger has only artillery and bombers. So Tiger can actually ignore most of those.
I think if you're Head here, you're just in a losing position in both these matchups. When you play against Brit Air as well as Japan Air, this Soviet deck just suffers way more against air decks than it does against ground-based decks. So I think both these matchups, you're expecting it to be an uphill struggle, and you're okay with it being difficult, so long as you're able to sort of keep your mental state up and save as much of your sort of positivity and mindset for the final matchup against Heinz, because that is the one you are most comfortable in. So really, if I'm Head here, I'm okay that I'm losing this. I shouldn't be too worried about it. I just need to not get tilted, and I just need to not get triggered at all, because that is just going to make me have such a more difficult time in the easier matchup. You really just want to be saving your sort of mental stress as much as possible in these losing matchups.
I would have liked Tiger moving the Swordfish into the front line to try to block this advance.
Oh, but the naval operation off the top really just... It sort of means if you're Tiger here, you can go for the naval operation and start clearing the board, or you can just naval operation and hammer face, and with this Empire Strikes, the chances that you're just going to be able to close out the game are really quite substantial because of this extra HQ burn. I'd almost like to see this Type 94 be traded away just to make space for the extra Sonia.
I would keep one Sonia to have a guaranteed drop for Empire Strikes in case of Winter Offensive.
However, if Winter Offensive does come out, you are then left with this Aichi that comes out from the destruction effect.
Yeah, that's true.
But again, you know, Tiger can just pin up most of the board, just pin anything which is a real threat, and then just keep pressuring the face as much as possible. You can pin the unit in the front line, you can pin the tank in the back line, and you can hit face for another 5 damage with the units left over on board.
I think a good way here is Empire Strikes, and with the artillery killing the front line unit with surprise attack.
If you're going to go that route, just hit your tank into it, hit the little tank into it, and then play the extra Sonia from hand. You get it down to 4, you go for the Sonia, you go for the Empire Strikes, this clears the board. You can then also go for the double pin onto the Stalin and just kill the Yosef Stalin tank the moment it drops onto the board.
But you have the Sonia, and just pinning Sonia.
That is true. You just hit with the Sonia, yeah.
This is good enough to kill it, and this will enable one of your Sonias the next turn to kill another pinned unit again.
Head, in a really, really difficult scenario, you can blitz out this T-34 and start to trade into things in the backline, but the rate you're going to be killing them is just not quick enough to the rate in which your health is going to be falling.
There's rules, guys.
That is a very, very, and a Lend-Lease. A lot of very good finds here for Tiger. If they weren't already about to win the game, I'd say that these were the things that would sort of close out that victory and seal the victory. But I think there's just no real route that Head can take to clear these units quicker than the health they're taking.
Bombing rate also.
And the 0/0 can hit face for an extra 1 damage on deployment. And where that may sound like that may not sound like much, when you have 6 HP, you often figure out ways to survive on 1 or 2 HP. And these little burns, these little pings, can just be the final thing which finishes the game.
Head is down to 3. Bombing rate would be enough, but Head can't even deal with the board. So Tiger is back.
And here we go. This is, 2-2. It is now a Head-favored matchup. However, Tiger does have a lot of momentum and confidence on their side from these 2 games they've just won. I think a big part of this is going to come down to obviously the cards that you get in your opener, but also just the mental state each player have. If Head has been able to, stay calm and not get overwhelmed with these 2 defeats, and I think Head is in a really, really strong position to close out this series.
Yeah, Deck-wise, Head should be the favorite here, and of course, Head has so much experience and has proven himself to be able to win tournaments. I'm expecting him to be in this positive mental state. But Tiger on the other side is playing a very fast, aggressive
but look at his
version of
hand.
Heinz. Look at his hands. The bicycle regiments. Head has not any bloody sickles or counter to that. He's not even having a turn 3. Panzer 35T.
And a blitzkrieg off the top.
Blitzkrieg off the top.
Your turn 3 here is going to be absolutely dominant. You can put out that's 8 plus 5. You can put out another.
There's no turn 3. First rifles is a lot, but
just blitzkrieg this. Just blitzkrieg this. Do another 13 damage.
This is 13 damage, but with blitzkrieg now, the first rifle will deal.
But you've got the auto cannon. I know it's greedy, but my heart calls to the blitzkrieg. I know it's greedy, but
it's too greedy, Bubbles. It's way too greedy.
You can do it. You can do it.
Panzer 35T is more guaranteed. It's additional damage, additional units.
But how often do you get to hit twice with a blitzkrieg bicycle? How often does that actually happen?
It happens not that often, but now the first rifles coming in, and now Tiger.
Oh, and a Sendai off the top.
Sendai or Blitzkrieg? What is the better solution?
You Blitzkrieg. You've got lethal if you Blitzkrieg. You've got lethal on board. You go for the Blitzkrieg. You go for the 35T, and you can trade however you want, essentially. So long as you don't trade away your bicycle regiment, you have this guaranteed lethal. But even if you didn't, the Sendai off the top, and Tiger coming down from being destroyed in the first 2 games to absolutely demolishing Head in the third 3. And I think this is something about not surrendering and not giving up. When you're behind, you still have the opportunity. You're 2-0 down. Just keep fighting back, and maybe you can get that 3-2.
From looking at the emotions and from the mental state, this was a brilliant course. First, we thought the Brit Air is the Achilles fears of Tiger, but he was able to win against Soviet control and made the Soviet control, this very frightening and dangerous looking Soviet control, into the Achilles fears. Help me, Bubble, please.
I was just going to say, Christo looks very, very patiently waiting for us to finish talking.
You're good. I'm just I'm blown away by this first game of our OCC Ultimate that went to 5 games, that saw a huge upset, and also we thought that Head was going to come around and go, well, Bubbles said to ban Brits, but I'm not going to do it because I can handle them, and almost proved you wrong, and then succumbed to the air decks.
You've got a APP. Where's ban Brits? I think that's one for the tally board.
Technically, yes.
So Tiger won, and Bubbles gets 1 point for being correct. The ABB tally board. We'll have to keep track of that throughout the weekend. Let's bring up the bracket though. Let's see where we are at now after this first quarter final. So we have Tiger over Head 3-2. That is our first upset. Seed number 8 defeating the top seed of Head. But Tiger's not going to have an easy semifinal matchup, regardless of who they face, whether that is No in 5 or J King. Those semifinals taking place tomorrow. But you know what's not taking place tomorrow? No in 5 versus J King. That's going to be happening just momentarily right after this break. Welcome back, everybody. It is time for the second quarterfinals. We got Jaking taking on Noen, and I am joined by Spooz. Welcome back, Spooz. Unfortunately, you fell ill, I believe it was, during the last clash. So it's good to have you here for the ultimate.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, I had a little bit of late winter sickness there, but yeah, I'm back and glad to be here today and looking forward to this quarterfinals match.
Fantastic. And then that made room for Flake to make a return. We had the return of the Flake. Shout out Mark Morrison. And we had you here for the clash, and happy to have you for the ultimate, Mr. Flake.
I feel bad for Spooz. Spooz had caught a cold last time, and this time he caught a flake, which is significantly worse. So I'm so sorry to hear that, buddy, but you're going to have to put up with my nonsense for just another little while.
And as somebody who has caught a flake, it's been 30 years and I have not been able to shake him. So I totally agree.
New variants. Every time, Chris, new variants.
Right on. So let's dive into the player cards. We got Jakin taking on Noen. Let's get to know our competitors just a little bit better here. Let us start with Noen 5. Again, these are full career stats. So 18,000 total matches, 74% win rate, a rank of 4, so qualifying for 4th right here. Spooz, we've seen Noen in these type of tournament scenarios over and over again. Typically a top performer. Any thoughts on Noen 5?
Yeah, I mean, known in the OCC environment is mostly known for just bringing kind of off-meta decks, trying out new things, just always surprising us with bringing something innovative and very new. Today, not too much new from Noan's side, but yeah, finishing fourth in the ultimate rank here, that just shows Noan is. I think he's played in 19 OCC so far, and won 2 of them. So definitely one of the veterans in the OCC environment, in the cards competitive environment. And yeah, you also see 18,000 ladder matches or matches in cards in general with a 47% win rate. That just tells everything about how good of a player Noen 5 is.
Absolutely. And Noen will be going head to head with our 2-time defending world champion, J King. 62,000 matches.
What happened?
62,000 matches. J King is playing all day, every day, 70% win rate. I mean, I don't even know what else to say about J King. 7-time OCC winner. Like, Flake, you've played a lot of card games. How often do you see dominance like this?
Well, dominance can be, qualified with low. Typically, it's usually associated with something like a particular list, or a smaller sample size, where you say, "Hey, this guy has a 70 or 75% win rate on, on USA as a main, or on, the Soviets." It's never this broad, and it's never with a sample size as huge as this, as we saw just looking at Noen's numbers. Wow, 18,000 matches. That's absolutely impressive. 62,000 matches is.
Let me just interrupt you guys. I think there's something wrong with the numbers. If I look at the wins and losers there, it's
Oh, yeah,
just
there's a-
23,000 adding up, which fits a little bit more. 62,000 is just too insane to be true. So I think there might be a little mix up with the numbers there. So I think it's around 23,000, and that is more realistic than just 62. But still, yeah, even 23,000 is just such a big amount of numbers. But yeah, J King with his playstyle on ladder, sorry, Blake, to interrupt you, is just so effective with his OCC finishes. He's just jumping in the last week of the season, just climbing up the ladder, finishing first, second, third. This guy is just a beast and so effective in the winning matches. And even 23,000, which sounds like a big number, I think some players that want to be as successful as J King, they would need the double amount or even more to just have that amount of wins and success in cards.
Yeah, that's right. We're seeing there the total number of their career, but it's not unusual to see J King way above the 70% win rate on ladder for a single season, which is still absolutely wild. They did play each other in the clash in April for the bronze match, and J King did defeat Noen 3-1 in a fairly decisive matchup. So we'll see if that's going to happen again here today. Let's take a look at what the players are bringing here. Let's bring up Noen's deck list. Spooz, why don't you walk us through exactly what Noen's got here today?
Yeah, Noen just, as I said, with a more standard lineup here today. So I think it's definitely here to win the first OCC Ultimate that ever happened today, or not today and tomorrow. So bringing deck that we've already seen a few times today, that US Germany frontline list. Then he's bringing Brit Japan Air and Feint Retreat Jagro with the German ally and Japan main nation. And then the fourth deck is kind of a Noen 5 signature deck. Usually Noen 5 likes to play Germany, USA, and takes the Rampart from the USA part, and then all these big heavy tanks from the German side. This time he decides to go for Soviet main, but keeping the ramp factor there with the war machines, the warbans, and combining it with the strong cards like Fifth Rangers, which is, enables you a very strong opening play with turn 2 War Machine into turn 3 Fifth Rangers if you have both in your starting hand. But combining this with the control tools that Soviets are offering you, with all these big and resilient guards there with first rifles, T60 that gives you another T34 that is very strong when you just have ramp cards in your deck, because then you can operate them sooner and make your opponent, give your opponent a big threat to deal with. The 5/5 blitz tank is not too easy to take care of. And then yeah, you just have partisans, all that big stuff, 270-second guards combined with Red Banner. There's a potential that you get double Josef Stalin later in the game. Even taking in one Beast 17 Flying Fortress, probably against stuff like King Tiger or any big threat that is not taken care of with any of the other options. But yeah, overall a solid list. It should also be not too bad against aggressive lists, because from Soviet side you have a lot of healing first of all with the Engineer Battalion, but also a lot of guards with the Bryansk Irregulars, first rifles, I already mentioned them. So a lot of tools to deal with aggressive decks, but also a lot of stuff to, yeah, be good in the control matchup, I guess.
So let's take a look on the other side of things. Let's bring up J King's list. Now, we did go through these in a good amount of detail during the War Room. So we're still going to see that frontline list. We're still going to see the Brit Air list. We're still going to see the Jagro list, fairly standard across the board. But Spooz, that fourth list, while still on the control side and still a Soviet main, obviously bringing the different ally. What are kind of the differences between the list that no one is bringing versus what J King's got loaded up here?
Yeah, we saw that deck struggle in our first match today, where he had just lost all 3 matches with this, also against matchups that he might be a little bit more favorable in. But yeah, the difference is that with the US deck, you have even more value in your deck, probably. Like, you can just ramp on early, and then you can drop this B17s, 4th Rangers, maybe 5th Rangers on turn 3, just to start that early pressure. I think it's a little bit more versatile deck, and probably, yeah, better in the mirror, because it just has still more value in it. But yeah, I think this deck list that J King is bringing is more targeted to be even better against aggressive lists, because it just offers you way more healing with Call to Colonies, where you can choose whether to draw or just heal yourself. Phony War is better against discard. Like, No One's list is very bad against discard. He's not even having mobilization in it, so kind of happy to not face any of Jinlun or Leo's decks here in the first round, since they bring discard, and yeah, no, not really having any draw in there. And so that are the differences between those two lists with the different allies. But I think the Soviet part is mostly similar. You just put in all these strong elites and specials, and then yeah, just try to get the best out of your ally cards.
Thank you so much, Spooz. So we've got the official total is actually 23,464 games played by J King. Christo is a liar, part 2. So feel free to add that to the tally. Speaking of tallies, we had Bubbles with his ABB tally of 1 so far. Flake going into this matchup, always ban Brits. It seems to be some sound, sage advice from Bubbles. You feeling the same way based on these two lineups going up against each other?
The philosophy you go into banning decks is either you target the worst deck, the most egregious deck, the one that runs the table. You either bring lists that can go out there and hunt that list, or you just bring the best lists and ban what you're most afraid of. I don't think that there's 3 particular lists out there that you can confidently lean on to beat that list every single time. And if that's the case, then you have to ban it. That's just the way to go. Like we've seen in previous tournaments, like we're going to see all through this tournament, it's likely going to be the one that just bites the dust every single time.
Well, we do have the bans ready here for us, so let's bring up this screen and take a peek, see what we got. Once again, the surprise. So J King takes the traditional route and takes out No One's Brit list. No One, however, banning J King's Soviet deck. And, Spooz, you brought up that Soviet list seemed to have some challenges in the first matchup here. Are you surprised by this this decision by No One 5?
I mean, I kind of am, but No One also bringing... Like, Tiger just brought... wait, who did the Soviet list get banned in the first match?
In the first match, Head banned Tiger's Soviet list. Sorry. No, Head brought the Soviet list.
Yep, I mean, No One just having Feint Retreat Jagro and that Soviet... not the Soviet, the US-German frontline deck. Those are all not too good against that Soviet deck. So it kind of makes sense for No One. I think it was a hard decision for them, but it absolutely makes sense. All these guards and healing in that Soviet list are really annoying to deal with aggressive lists. And yeah, No One has 2 aggressive lists in the lineup. So it absolutely makes sense.
I'm excited to see after this matchup if we get a second tally on Bubbles' ABB list, whether or not J.K. made the right decision here. I think this is going to be extra interesting because we do have very similar lineups on both sides. So to say, hey, I'm going to ban the Brit list and I'm not. I know you were talking, Spooz, a little bit about the more aggressive side versus a little bit of the not quite slower side because they're both bringing aggressive decks, but I'm curious to see how this is going to play out given the scenario of the list being or the lineups being very similar. No one also traditionally has not necessarily played in the most standard of manners either, I would say. Like you said, bringing the no one special as that Soviet list that he typically brings. Do you think that's part of it as well? Like, hey, I know people are going to come in banning Brits. I know people are going to be targeting Brits. You come in with a different direction here and say, I'm expecting this, so let's mix it up. Let's go ahead and ban the Soviet list, and go from there.
I mean, probably he's really comfortable in just playing Brit there. I think that his list can compete with it. So it absolutely makes sense to just take out the deck that, just you're most afraid of, or you don't see too many decks of yours winning against. And yeah, that's what no one did here, and we will see if it just works out.
Like, in this scenario, J King is also typically somebody who has played a lot of control in his time in cards, very comfortable with a control list. His other three decks a little bit more aggressive here. That one control list, that Soviet list getting banned. Is that something you're also looking at? No one and J King knowing each other fairly well, playing against each other fairly well. Do you look at, I know his strength is the control side of things. I'm going to go ahead and take away something he's maybe more comfortable with?
Well, taking away a comfort pick is good in many cases. However, these are the best players in the world at this game, so it's hard to catch people off guard. Somebody's second best pick is still probably good enough in many cases, right? So these are players that have infinite reps at this game and many reps against one another, I would imagine, as well. So they know each other's play styles. They're definitely prepared. So I think that, pulling somebody's comfort pick or just pulling somebody's best list is not necessarily you trying to game somebody. It's you just trying to shore up every extra percentage of advantage that you can get against them. As we're off to the races here. As a quick start here, again, that U.S. frontline list that Soviet list here just controlling the front line. Again, a 4-4 with 0 operating costs and blitz is a great way to go ahead and just slam pressure down right out of the gate here as J King looking to respond with the Sendai regiment.
Yeah, that was exactly the scenario that I mentioned earlier. That turn 2 War Machine into turn 3 5th Rangers, and J King, with a really problematic starting hand here. Only Signal Regiment, a playable card in the first 3 turns. Not really what you want to have as a very aggressive deck, and then you have to face a 4-4 5th Rangers in the front line. Luckily found the Panzer 35T here, but not the situation you want to be in as a Jaguar player.
Now, in this case here, you're playing against a deck that can ramp up again with War Machine. As you can see, no one right now at 6 credits has plenty to play with, and a 4/5 flyer in the sky is going to be difficult to get off the board, to just delete. But is J King just saying, at this rate, it's just merely a matter of the clock is my enemy? I just want to send it as fast as possible and force my opponent to clean up the mess?
I mean, the biggest thing that is going for J King here is that None's deck is providing almost no healing. He only has the Engineer Battalion, which can J King just eliminate with the 2nd Radio Brigade, and then the War Machines. Other than that, he's not having any healing. And the 6 credit card that is in J King's hand there is the Feigned Retreat. Once this pops off, whenever J King is deploying a unit, he's just drawing a new one. And with all the burn and the Signal Regiment on board, that's so much damage there that None is very likely not able to just withstand, and I think the Signal Regiment will just kill him alone here in this matchup.
Feigned Retreat, he's hovering it over there. Again, a major part of this list here, but it is kind of all right, we're committing, so we're going to go ahead and discard the rest of the hand. Everything that J King plays here, every unit he plays will draw him a card, and this deck is loaded with them. They're going to be cheap to play, so you can flood the board quite effectively here. And like you mentioned, Spooz, that Signal Regiment is going to be incredibly important as we find another Type 94. And we begin. Here we go. As we can see, the Feigned Retreat and all the loveliness
J King is
of
in trouble now. He's in real trouble. He really needs to find the 2nd Type 94 to be able to find the 2nd surprise attack. Otherwise, that KV1 is just killing J King now. There was such a good play there from no one, anticipating the feint retreat, knowing that when the KV1 comes down, J-King is having no cards in hand. He needs to find a good top deck. Not able to find any answers now, and yeah, he needs to find anything soon, whether a Sender Regiment or the second surprise attack to get rid of this KV1. Otherwise, J-King might lose this match.
Effectively the perfect response. It's got a big butt at six, defense. It's got the heavy armor as well, as you can basically plop that into the front row and give your opponent fits to actually reclaim it, especially with such low to the ground cheap units that J-King wants to swarm on the board. However, I think that just keeping it on the back and letting it sit there, maybe occupying the front row with something else, is probably the better option here, as J-King has had an idea. Unfortunately, it got completely gooned by that tank that's going to tax every unit of deployment. And in the meantime, you can see the Yak in the back row just peppering with damage. J-King, the aggressor, unfortunately, has been the one under most pressure so far.
There's one more chance. Nobody. Oh, and it will not even be one more chance, so that's it. Because even if he found the Type 94, it would have been one more draw if he deploys it. So really unfortunate here for J-King. He was in a really good spot, but that KV1 shot down his whole strategy, and Known 5 taking on game number 1 in a really dominant fashion here. So just, what was it, 5 minutes? Really nice back and forth, and yeah, really looking forward to match number 2 here.
Ladder grinder special, which is essentially just get the games done real quick. You want to get out of the dumpster ranks and into the, you want to get up to field marshal as fast as possible. That's the best way to do it. It's just bring the cheap, fast, and nasty lists. In this case, J-King had the right idea with the signal regiment and just being able to just swarm units on the board and burn them down against a list that is not going to recover some HQ defense that fast. But Known 5 right on time finds the KV to drop onto the board and basically say, I can do it as fast as you can, if not better.
Yeah, he did it way better. And yeah, I think J-King might stick with this list. Queuing into Brit Air. Oh no, J-King switched to Brit Air now. Facing Known's Dagger deck now, which is a favorable matchup for J-King if he finds some early bombers. And I see a Swordfish in J-King's hand, which is pretty good. But also Known not too bad with his a starting hand here. Second Raiding Brigade, Type 94, Type 93. Mostly,
The key element here, frankly, is the fact that J-King's going to be able to go first with the Swordfish on the board. So that's going to be a big help for him, because I've played this Brit Air list, in the past couple of weeks a ton. Japan aggro it feels sometimes like a free pass when you get the 1 or 2 Swordfish out early. You're able to clear out their board and trade very effectively, but they still come at you. And if they just keep dropping on the board, eventually they get to the front line. Eventually they're drawing a ton of cards, and they will just blast right past all you have there. I think that having the Empire Strikes is a very big spot. You saw J-King keep it. Did manage to pick up the Swordfish here, but going first against the list that can take the front line in one foul swoop, I think is a very, very big help for J-King in this matchup.
Yeah, what is helping Known now in this situation is that he got just the Befehlswagen from top of his deck. So once this 15th Cavalry goes to the front line, or he can even go for the Bicycle Regiment, those this 2-2 tank is additionally deployed into the front line, which makes it harder for J-King to just clear the front line with 2 units in it and only 1 Swordfish on his side. Look at J-King's face. He's not too happy with the outcome of these matches so far. On his side, he found the second Type 94, which gives him double surprise attack, which is just basically remove any card on the board for 2 credits. And there goes the Swordfish. That one will give a lot of trouble to J-King. Now, you mentioned it, he kept the Empire Strike just because it's so strong. 1 bomber is all he needs, and 5 credits, and then he can just almost wipe any unit from Known, because only Mitre Regiment is having more than 2 health here, besides the Signal Regiment.
Picking up that close air support, I think the turn too late, as you can see the tank just went ahead and shredded the Swordfish. I think J-King's probably going to maybe slow things down here, leaning on potentially finding a big foul swoop with the Empire Strikes, but he found all rags here. No units, nothing to buzz around in the skies. The Type 95 in the back there. I mean, that's not all that scary. It looks like Known 5 has everything he needs to just take over the board. And unless you have a way to maybe, you're still a turn away from, let's say you draw a swordfish, you can. Do you play it? Do you just, do you Empire Strikes with these 3 1-drops on the board and clear up? It's a difficult scenario here for
I
Jaking.
think you have to. I mean, finding the albacore could mix things a little bit up, but I think Empire Strikes is just too good here. It saves you 7 damage or 4 damage if you just deploy the albacore. And now you can just, kill another threat with the albacore next turn. I think it was just too good to not play the Empire Strikes here. Sure, you don't have access to it now. But yeah, as I said, it was just too good. And he found the 3rd close air support. Not the matches of J King so far today. A lot of unfortunate draws. And he has the albacore, but not really any good follow-up. We might just see another convoy. Oh, he did this first. Now he can't play convoy any longer.
No, well, there was always an opportunity here to perhaps drop the albacore, surprise attack, maybe kill something here. Unfortunately, he couldn't do everything he wanted to, potentially. But the best option here, I guess, is to just give a little bit of extra love to that albacore. Keep it in the skies. It's a 2/3 bomber. That's going to be very effective against, Japanese aggro. The problem is you're running out of units, and you no longer have the AOE. So J King is going to have to be very surgical in how he removes some of those units on the board, but they're going to come hot. They're going to come heavy, and that is a wonderful response to J King's largest threat.
Yeah, that raiding brigade coming in clutch here, just removing that 2/4.
Wow, big
J King
pickup.
finds the 2nd Empire Strikes, but not any bomber to support it. There's the 2nd albacore in the deck.
This is tough. I mean, do you really want to just drop the albacore, maybe freeze the infantry in the front line? But I think what J King is looking for here is just merely clearing up value trading and creating a little bit of, unit resilience here. And I think that keeping the tank in the back row, since it operates for 0, is probably the best bet. It allows you to, it keeps it away from the blitz units that no one has in droves. It allows you to perhaps be a little bit more selective of how you want to trade that unit.
Yeah, it also kind of protects your HQ from stuff like bombing rate. Because, it just... Usually no one does not want to deal the 3 damage part of bombing rate into a 1-attack tank there. And as you said, it's operating for free. It is a tank, so it can still reach the HQ next turn. So just leave it there and wait what your opponent is doing, because he cannot reach it with his infantry units and probably has to sacrifice the Aradu into it.
Taking all the bad draws from the earlier on in the game, the close air supports and such, those are going to come and help him up now. Sendai Regiment takes away the Gladiator, and now we've got a 2-1 in the front row looking to cause trouble. J King can respond if necessary, if he wants, with the albacore to kill it, but at the same time, I believe you still have a surprise attack. You can just go ahead, pin the Sendai, kill it, and actually, this is better than a 2-for-1 here, but I think we're going to go with the Empire Strikes instead, recover the Gladiator, and with that one final resource, that one credit left, you're going to go ahead and beef up the back line. Both players just spewing out units as fast as possible, Noan just flooding the board, acquiring the front line, J King doing his best to just clean up the mess as it just continues to grow.
Yeah, both players low on cards now. Noan maybe with a little bit more value in hand, but J King has the bomber established, plus a 2/4 fighter, plus a close air support in hand, and found the 2nd Piracy, which is a really good find here. Can just combine it with the Gladiator maybe, or you want to have it on the bomber. He's definitely going to play the close air support, additionally buffing 3 units there, which gives him a significant board lead here after this turn. And no one just left with the desperate measures and Yokosuka. He really needs to find a faint retreat soon.
Oh, he's going to go ahead and get rid of some of the problems here, but at the end of the day, it looks like he's also face hunting here as that Gladiator connected and said, all right, now it's my turn. Surprise attack is merely just going to pin this unit to the front of the board. I suspect J King's looking to trade into that unit with his Gladiator to just make sure there's no problems. There's nothing dies to any random damage or any effects like that. I think he just wants to be selective and protect the Piracy, connected with the albacore. They're clean kills if necessary. But most of what no one's going to play is just going to be in that range anyway. I think that these two, the bomber, the fighter, are not afraid of what's going to come out. It's merely the numbers, let alone the actual strength of them.
Oh, he found the convoy. One of the best draws he could have found here besides land lease. Maybe air superiority is strong. So J King probably going to clear the board here, I expect. But in what order is he doing? Is he using the air superiority on that one? Yeah, the problem is the Akita death damage there. So there's a 50% chance that any of J King's units is dying here.
Well, it looks like
Luckily,
everybody.
did not hit the unit that did not attack by now. So I think he's going with the Gladiator on the Yokosuka and push the Parisi up, I guess.
And I like this move here. You know, keep as much meat on the board as possible. You don't necessarily need to move forward here, but I think that if your opponent starts drawing dead, if they draw something they don't want, you can always just go ahead and, again, pressure that life total. The Fury, the buffed up attack value sounds pretty good. That looks like it's pretty pathetic. It's a little bit of a not what you want in this case, especially when a Kitty Hawk is going to be what you draw from your deck that's going to be doing some damage. Now, do you go face? Do you just clear out the board? Do you play it safe, or do you want to get aggressive? It looks like J King is going for the throat here. Just what can no one draw here to potentially just save him?
Nothing. I just checked the deck list. So I think these days you don't play bombing raid any longer in Japan, German aggro. So yeah, there's just basically nothing that he can find, and also did not find anything. There was a 35T, which yeah was not good enough. And now we have a 1-1 score. Finally, that Jago list paying off.
All tied up. There goes J King, gets his Brit Air deck through, which was basically the most feared deck potentially throughout this entire tournament. And no one's saying, yeah, go for it. He doesn't have to deal with it anymore. That's the good news. But J King still has his aggro list as well as his frontline US list. That's actually what both players are bringing to the party now is Soviets, Britain, all through or banned. Now we've got USA or Japan. Looks like it's going to be a mirror match.
Wait. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I was confused for a second, but yeah, now we have the mirror coming in here, which depends a lot of who's going first, who's having the first one drop in the front line. And I see a Befehlswagen there from J King. He's also going first, having 2 one drops in hand, followed up by a 35T. So no one would be in a good shape here if he just finds the desperate measures. Otherwise, yeah, he's also having 2 Befehlswagen, but going second is not really, that's not really the card what you want to have in hand there, because it's not having blitz, it's very slow, 1 operation cost. You can probably keep 1, but 2 is just too much, and no one found the desperate measures. So important for him. It's one of the key cards in the mirror matchup. Once your opponent established a big board, it's a lot of the times the only way to just get back into the game, and no one just has this option here. And yeah, let's see how he utilizes it, and if it's just making a very impactful, playing a very impactful role here in this matchup.
The early game is so critical in this mirror match, especially going first, going second. We saw if you have something that you can go ahead and claim the front row and bring your buddy, a little 2/2 tank as a little extra chaser to the fun that we're having here. As you can see, J King does have the front, own the front line here. Kind of, at a loss for cards, but that's the exchange that you're going to make for being this aggressive, for having so many cheap units, for owning the front line like that. But no one's doing his best here to just start fighting back. As you can see him, just no blitz, can't really connect with anything. Ultimately, he needs bodies on the board, and that's what he's got here. But a Panzer 35T is a nice response, as there is an infantry on the board that will reduce its operating cost. J King still got decisions to make. It's 3 credits to play with, but he still has options.
Yeah, he's thinking if the Panzer 35T is an overcommit here, because he's playing hardly into the desperate measures if no one has it. So he's thinking, it's 2 more damage this turn. He will be in the front line if no one is not having the desperate measures, but if no one is having it, he's just giving up a lot of tempo here, and it might just, not instantly, but it might just give him a losing decision here if this is happening. On the other hand, sure, he has the Panther 3H in hand, which on turn 4 gives him the chance to look for the feigned retreat, and then on turn 6 he can just drop that one. So J-King deciding to go for the trade here, and then maybe deciding on what is happening afterwards. Probably dropping the Whirlwind, I expect.
He's running out of options, but the Whirlwind is what goes. He comes in, drops to the front row. The 2 damage connects with the tank, so it was kind of like a an unintentional board clear for no one, but J-King was able to go ahead and drop another body on the board. It's owning the front line. A 2/3 is a little bit more resilient to a lot of the units that no one's going to be playing that can deal 2. However, still options, as J-King has just planted his flag on that front line and refused to give it up, but still no one has plenty more options, as J-King has only been holding on to the same 2 cards for quite a while here. Verbal Wind, Type 95, you got a surprise attack there. He's just opting in this case again to just put slam bodies. The 15th Cavalry Regiment are going to go ahead and join the party on the front line, connecting also with the 35T. That's going to operate for free. So front row we go. Now, I would assume here, Spooz, you're going to go ahead and, clear up and value trade where necessary. But are you looking to start clearing out units, or you're just going for that, going for the throat and going for the HQ?
Yeah, I mean, this Type 94 was kind of a free trade there. That 35T is still alive, and it will only been 2 damage to face, and you don't get punished too hard from the desperate measures. Like, if you let it survive, your opponent is only having 2 units in the front line. Now you only have to deal with 1 of them. So it was kind of a good trade, just giving him more ways to just deal with the board now, and we might just see Panther 3H not finding Feigned Retreat, unfortunately. I think it might go for the Akita Regiment, because it just gives you chances to take out 2 bodies, but decides to just take out one of them instantly, and just taking care of the other one with the Panther 3H next turn, I guess.
He's got an option here. He's got a body on the board that is going to be difficult to remove based off of, just the fact that it's got a bigger health total than everything else. But one answer would potentially be the Sendai Regiment, which is going to go ahead and gobble that up. Big tempo play here, a little 2-for-1 action, and you still own the front line. The KI-83, J-King is just scratching his head.
It's backfiring that he did not trade the Wirbelwind away. Instead, he decided to go for the Befehlswagen. And now he's just giving no one a really good chance. If he deploys the Key 83, then it's getting pinned from the Wirbelwind in the front line. And then no one can just remove it for 1 credit with a surprise attack in hand. So it's really backfiring here for J-King that he did not remove the Wirbelwind, but the Befehlswagen instead. And now he has to pay his consequences here, or deal with his consequences.
3/3 Blitz tank that accesses the front line, going to go ahead and start hunting for that HQ.
J-King is hoping that this is hitting HQ and not the 22nd, because it really needs a 22nd to kill the Whirlwind, and no, not doing him the favor. Top decking a Blitz infantry unit, which keeps the Key 83 alive now. That was very important for J-King to stay in the game. Still not in the best position here, but that Key 83 is also, a threat that no one has to take care of.
It's something that he has to keep on his mind here. But again, the advantage of having so many cards in hand allows you to just say, all right, well, you're on top deck mode. If you find the right answer, that's on you. There's, I've got a 1 in 30 chance or so of just surviving another day. Surprise attacks just keeps the that major aerial threat at bay. A 6/5 looks menacing, especially on a board with a bunch of, as we call them, weenies. But a 6/5 with a pin, pin to the board is a completely different story, as no one looks like he's positioning himself here to just end the game in 1 foul swoop. Still has a credit to play with. And moving forward with everything, the Sendai Regiment shows up. That is not what you want to see. Unfortunately, the Signal Regiment is a little lackluster.
Yeah, that Aradu gives J-King a good chance now to find Feigned Retreat or Desperate Measures. I think he would have also not been too mad about Desperate Measures here, which would have been almost board wipe there, only keeping the Sendai Regiment alive. But Feigned Retreat, I'm not sure if this is maybe a little bit too late, because look at this board that J-King is facing here. and no one even having lethal. Yeah, I think desperate measures would have been the better outcome there, but yeah, no one in the lead again, winning the Jaguar mirror here. And now we might see, I don't know if we see the US mirror now. I think J-King might just switch to US because I'm not sure. I think the Japan deck is not that good into that US deck because with all the Red Devils and 3 health units there, sure, you have a chance, but it's also hard to come back if your opponent is establishing a board with a lot of their infantry units or 5th Rangers. It's hard to come back. So I think we might see J-King switching to US, and then we might just see the US mirror.
So we've
no.
got, so
He's
it's going to
sticking.
be, J-King's going to hang on to it here. And oftentimes you're going to have to face it. If you want to win this round, you're going to have to face off in that unlikely or that unfavored matchup.
You have to win it
anyways.
anyways, right?
Exactly.
So why
So-
not take the shot now? Yeah.
Well, the logic there is you have to understand, you got to think like, okay, do I want it going first? Do I want it going second? You know, how do I want to do I want to face it later? Do I want to face it now? So there's a little bit of agency there left. So we'll see how it goes. But ultimately, J-King opting here to say, well, if I'm gonna go first. I'm gonna take my Japanese aggro list here and set it up and just try to shut down the front line that you so desperately want. As no one starting off here, but it looks like J-King having a very similar start to the previous round here. Not as aggressive, but still, look at him owning that front line against what has been called the U.S. frontline list. So J-King denying a lot of the philosophy, a lot of the heart and soul of this U.S. list.
So the question is, what do we see from Known now? He has several options. He can just go for the 35T, trade into the Type 94. He could have also done this with the Greyhound. But I think this is better off if your opponent just has desperate measures, because then you might lose that 109's infantry unit, and in the later turns your 35T is not getting the operation cost decrease. So it was absolutely reasonable play here, and no one needs to find a way to just crawl back into the front line, because that is what this deck wants to do. It wants to be in the front line, and J-King is doing a good job so far, keeping no one out from the front line.
I like that move over there again, protecting the Greyhound by trading first. But look at this, in a heartbeat, the entire dynamic of the board has completely shifted here. As J-King with 4 credits managed to put 3 bodies on the board, take the front line, and clear out a 1/3 tank. So J-King means business here. No one is holding on to cards that are not doing him any help. The Sherman is the fattest part of this recipe. However, operating for 2, not owning the front line, that Sherman is something that unfortunately for no one here is probably not good enough, as J-King is really laying it on thick now.
I mean, that's really what you want to see as a Jaguar player. You want to have your opponent deploy a plain 4/4 Sherman where he gets nothing from, and you can additionally pin it. So no one really on the back foot here, and that 32nd is not really helping improving the situation. And therefore, we have the fast surrender here, and another match number 5 here, Series 5 match in this series.
So it's going to be a U.S. mirror match to decide who's going to advance to day 2, who's going to get to the semifinals. Noen and J-King both off very similar lists. And when you're looking at the deck list for this U.S. list, what I've noticed is that I believe each player is only playing 3 elite cards. You've got the Skytrain. I think you've got Strategic Bombing. The 507th are in there as well. But that's about it. Everything else is about synergy. It's about owning the front line, value off of the cards that you're playing. Either you're thinning your deck, you're drawing cards, you're really bolstering the presence that you have on it. As we're looking at both players drawing there, I do see the 32nd, a singleton of the 32nd, which is a good way to start. But on the other end, you got a Greyhound. The Hellcat's looks like it's gonna get wheeled away. And also, I mean, having that German infantry that allows you to draw cards is an incredible help to just your entire game plan here.
So when I spoke about the Jaguar mirror, where it was important who's going first, in this matchup, it's even more important to get to the front line first. And we might just see Known with the Greyhound is able to do so. J-King has the Red Devils, unfortunately going second here. So he needs to find a way to remove that 1-3 from the front line. That might be followed up by 35T, and then we see a 20-second that gives Known just additional draw. So on paper, Known with the better start here, just for the fact that he's going first and is the first in the front line. And yeah, J King needs to just get the advantage of his just bigger hand here, which could be possible with the 5th Rangers, for example. But for now, I think he's just developing a few of those infantry units and tries to just remove stuff from the front line and get himself there.
I like this move by J King over here. You're not gonna get the front line, so you might as well thin your deck out of these, these low to the ground, these 30-second, these 2-1s. Get them out of your draw, so you're not top decking into them later. However, at the same time, like we mentioned, no one has a pretty dream start as the Panzer 35T is going to be deploying for 2, moving for free. You do have other options if necessary. You see him hovering here. It's going to be more card draw, and I like this move. It does leave you 1 credit if you want to go ahead and trade, but I suspect that if any trades are going to be made here, that's going to be on J King's dime, as you can see him scratching his head and
I think
trying
he's
to
really happy about that deployment, to be honest, because it looks like no one is not developing anything else to the front line, and that might be the chance for J King to do so, and that's what we're very likely going to see.
Yeah, it's going to cost you everything, but it will allow you to go ahead and gain the front line. What no one was doing there is saying, like if you want to, I'm not going to do the work for you. I'm not spending a credit to damage my own unit that's guarding the front row. So right now, J King, it's on his dime to go ahead and clear the front row. He had the other option of trading in 2 30-second and moving forward to capture the front line. But at this rate, I think he's content to just get back to even Steven here. He's looking at no one saying all the units that you're holding want to live in the back row. So you're going to have to draw up and actually get it back from me. As you can see, no one with another 6 damage to face off the double Panzer 35Ts, but he's got an easy answer, I believe J King has.
And no one also found the 3rd one on top from the 22nd draw now. He just found all 35Ts now. But looking at J King's hand, there's so much value left there. He has the Red Devils established in the front line now, which is a huge problem for Known with the 3 HP. And then they also have +1 cost to just target them. So that 35T will not be enough with only 2 attack. Additionally, probably has to play a dive bombing, but then that's all of Known's credits for this turn. So he cannot even push up the 22nd to get an additional draw. And that's what makes the Red Devils pretty strong in that matchup.
What I found in this matchup is playing this US list is that sometimes it's very difficult to just determine, do I want to build a board or do I want to move forward? Those early, 1, 2, 3 turns are very critical. You have to know what your opponent's game plan is as well in order to best evaluate. Are they fighting for the front line? Do they care? Do I have time? In this case, we know that both players are desperately trying to control that front line. I believe no one had the advantage here because of cards like the Panzer 35T, which just allows you to deploy and move so freely. So J King now with the 5 credits, no immediate answers that he might come to mind, but a patrol that's going to deny the card draw for no one. And we're going to go ahead and bounce, bouncing units as well and just sort of clearing up the board. And that half track will at least be able to challenge this Panzer in the front line.
Yeah, that also shuts down the Sherman draw there for Known. He could have moved the 109s to the front line, deploy Sherman to get the draw. That is no longer possible since the half track bounced away and this 109s is not having blitz. So Known probably just developing a board on their end now, just so they have stuff to play around with the turns after. Is he going to buff it with the 99s? Looks like bringing it to 5 attack now, 3 health. That's also a considerable body here in the front line. But we know that J King has the Hellcat, which is a good answer to that. Not sure if he really wants to commit that one into just a 3 health tank. I think the Skytrain is a way better target for this, since it is also surviving that attack. But first of all, J King needs answers for this 5-3, and 5th Rangers might be the tool of J King's choice. Maybe this Hellcat?
The Hellcat and the 5th Rangers are both going to basically do the same thing. It's going to remove the unit in the front for 4 credits. The question is what do you value more? I'd rather have a 4-4, that I can move forward if necessary. But at the same time here, J King desperate for something like a Stars and Stripes to just go ahead and wipe out the back line of the board here, making it a little bit awkward, giving no one an opportunity here to have to pay to reclaim the front line, and he's going to have to do so because between the Skytrain and the 109th, there's not much room for board development and pushing forward. But this is a great start here. As the Red Devils move to the front line, the Sherman follows it, and we're making space here. So Noen with a life lead, he's got a very, very favorable board, but Half Track looking to kind of clear up some of the mess and just buy J King some time. What is J King looking for here? Is it something like Stars and Stripes?
Yeah, probably anything that deals AoE to the support line. Stars and Stripes, threat bombing could also help, although the Skytrain and the Sherman would survive it. I think 5th Rangers is the tool of J King's choice now, because they're just surviving the attacks into the front line. They have Blitz. I'm not sure if Stars and Stripes is even helping here.
There it is.
But it's not really helping.
It's not, and the worst part about this is that if no one wants to, he can just go ahead and play We Can Do It, put everything out of any kind of dangerous range, and just coast into a late game, just a poke away, clear up, and just slowly inch by inch claw his way. I think that no one here doesn't necessarily have to play too safe. He's got such an advantage here, but ultimately you never want to just throw it away. But Blitzkrieg puts an end to that debate. J King, unfortunately, on the receiving end, no one wins the USA mirror match and takes the series 3-2.
Well then, 2 quarterfinals, 2 5-game going to the wire series. I'm just, that turned into such an incredible series when you started off with, okay, banning Brits or not, I thought the Bubbles might get another tally on the ABB list, and then we just saw Noen come in and lock it down at the end, despite the fact that J King got some of that momentum back with the big Brit Air win. So huge congratulations to Noen. J King, our defending world champion, getting knocked out here in the quarterfinals. So I know we've got a lot more action for you here today. We've got 2 more quarterfinals for you. So why don't we head to a quick break, and we'll get back into it with our 3rd quarterfinal matchup here. Welcome back, everybody. It is the third quarterfinal of the OCC Ultimate. We've got Jinlun taking on Leo here. I am joined by Bubbles and Darkness for this cast. Let's bring up the bracket and see where we are at so far today. As I mentioned, we have this third quarterfinal. We've seen the first two go to 5 games. Tiger defeating Head 3-2. Noen defeating J King in a tough fought matchup 3-2 as well. So we got Tiger and Noen as our first semi-final for tomorrow. But right now we got Jinlun and Leo. Let's take a look at the player profiles and get to know both of these competitors just a little bit better. We're going to have both of them. Jinlun has qualified second in the Clash in the first 3 months of this year. There you see the player card, only 12,000 matches played, did qualify second with a 65% win rate. Bubbles, any insight into to Jinlun here?
I think they brought some of the more interesting decks in recent history. We saw Jinlun bringing a pin deck to the OCC and performing unbelievably well. I believe they got first place with their pin deck and their self-damage deck. This was before anyone else was really doing self-damage, and we've seen a little bit more self-damage since. So just a very interesting player who likes to play quite unique and interesting decks. They're a little bit off meta.
And their quarterfinal opponent, Leo, who qualified in 7th for the Ultimate here. Under 10,000 matches played, still a very solid win rate at 67%. Darkness, do you think at this point, with this level of competition, that playing less matches is a big challenge here for Leo?
10k total matches are still massive, and he's still in cards veteran. Of course, his competition is very strong and more experienced technically, but Leo showed in the past that they are super strong. And I think both major appearances, Leo took the advantage and won in tournament. So I would not say that, Christo. I think Leo is actually Leo would be my guess, my bet here in terms of who's going to win.
Perfect. Well, I'm going to hold you to that, Darkness. Let's see what types of lineups these players are going to be bringing here as we're going to dive in. Sorry for all the quick back and forth, but we've got Jinlun bringing this this discard list. Bubbles, you were saying, you know, bringing some stuff that's a little bit more interesting. I think those first 3 lists look pretty standard, but we got the discard piece that only 2 players are bringing so far today.
Yeah, it was really popular for a period of time. It's very good against this Brit Air list, and it's quite good against a lot of control decks. It does suffer a bit against this US frontline list, and that's sort of why it's been pushed back. But overall, it's just quite a well-rounded deck. You know, it's not really got too many terrible matchups, especially with like the Churchill and things. It does still mean you are able to fight back against frontline. Just a very well-rounded deck. And then, like you say, from the other 3 decks, nothing out of the ordinary. Sort of the main trend for this this OCC Ultimate.
ABB, does it still take into account discard, or are we only talking Brit Air when we talk about always ban Brit?
I think it still counts. I think there's a general rule, which is if the deck contains Monty, it's worth the ban.
I like it. Let's flip over to the other side and take a peek at Leo's list. We did dive into these during the pre-show a little bit as well. So if you want to get an in-depth analysis, take a peek there. But Darkness, again, we see that frontline list. We see the Jagro list. We see a very similar Brit discard. And then we see the Soviet France control list. Fairly popular, pretty standard list, except for that Brit kind of discard spot there.
Yes, the matchup is basically identical. I think they prepared together for this OCC, or maybe not right in front of this ultimate OCC, maybe before that during the OCC clashes. But I'm still looking to find some major differences, and they are not. It's yeah, kind of the same lineup, and I can't wait to see who is playing this lineup better.
So since we had 2 players who were bringing almost identical lineups who very much likely planned together as well, Bubbles, you gave us your opinion on the ABB, always ban Brits. Darkness, do you agree? Do you think both these discard lists are the ones who are likely going to get pushed aside here?
I agree. Those Brit decks are very strong against other control. Definitely not bad against aggro. So let's see. Let's find out what the players actually banned. And again,
Ooh.
they disagree on what to ban here.
Well, you see, it's interesting because I was going to say, I think APB always ban Brits, but I disagree with myself and think maybe banning USA is the way to go forward because this USA frontline is so good just into the meta at the moment. But very interesting to see that, well, once again, one person banning Brit and one person saying, you know what, I can take Brit on.
That's been kind of the story all day long, where one player has picked the Brit list and the other player has picked that Soviet control list, right? I think all the Soviet lists, for the most part, are similar. Though they are running slightly different allies, they are always that kind of Soviet hunker down, put up some guards, and keep control. Is it just that aspect of like, hey, I don't want to deal with the slow plodding control list?
I think it's just the value and the potential of this Soviet control list. Sure, it hasn't a very slow start and is able to get over one, but you need to have the perfect explosive start. Like we saw actually in the first matchup, where Head was beaten by Tiger 3 times playing this Soviet list. But we almost say like, yeah, Tiger still has a chance. Head did not want it yet because we believed had this in the bag, and we got proven wrong by just the explosiveness of those aggro lists. But it surprised us, and I bet it surprised the top player as well, that Tiger was able to manage this move. Yeah, just because of the nature of the stacks. It has all the tools necessary, and you need to be quite unlucky to not find and being able to use these tools if you're playing flawless.
We just tend to be on the same page there, Bubbles, where it's a question of, that control is still good enough against some of the faster paced decks that we're going to see. You just don't have to deal with it and try and push your Jagro through it, try and push your US frontline through it as well.
Yeah, I think it also, if these players have practiced together, I'm not familiar enough with the players to know if they have, but that may take a big, play into the accounting as well. I know that I'm bad in this matchup and they're good in this matchup. So I think, however I'd look at it, it's warped from how these players would look at it due to the additional context they have against each other that I don't.
Well, and here we have it, the first matchup. We're actually going to see the frontline mirror match.
Frontline mirror match.
You're going to see the Red Devils and the 99th in hand for Leo, which is a really potential strong opener. But what you want to be doing is you want to be playing these Red Devils and blitzing them out on turn 2. And because of the lack of 1-drops in their hand, Leo is not able to do that, which gives Jinlun a lot of space to play around it. I imagine we may just see Whirlwind get developed, and this is quite a slow start here now for Leo, or Jinlun having a very strong opener, having the 32nd, having the Sky Train, having the Sherman. They have a lot of strong 1-drops, as well as good follow-up to continue on this pressure afterwards. In fact, we may even just see Sky Train get dropped this turn. The quicker you get this Sky Train down, the more effective it is. It can become a real problem and win the matchup almost on its own.
And this is why the front line is so crucial. Leo now has to trade into the front line, while Jinlun is able to capitalize on the Sky Train and getting the constant extra value here.
Look at this. Not even taking the front line yet, because they know they can't take it with the Red Devils, and they know the Whirlwind will just get killed instantly. And now finding a Red Devils of their own off the top, Jinlun opting to save that for now, just get this fifth Rangers up there.
Looking very strong, but half tech comes in place because the front line, as the support line, is stacked. The 4 credits of the 5th Rangers are getting removed back to hand. This is a major tempo swing, turn 4, and Leo is able to get not only the Red Devils into the front line, but make Jinlun use 2 credits to get this removed. It's a back and forth. Of course, Jinlun now has again the front line, and Skytrain is putting so much value into the battlefield, but it's a little bit closer now after the 5th Ranger's handback.
But still, just this Sky Train putting out so much pressure onto the board, just giving you this constant stream of 1-drops to flood the front line with. It just, even when you are doing these large tempo swings, like bouncing a 5th Rangers to hand, which should usually be a huge play that should like swing the game in your favor, you're still struggling just because of how much pressure this Sky Train is putting out. And I think we're going to be really hard pressed to see Leo being able to crawl back into this game against this Sky Train, already down for 3 turns. Oh, sorry, 2 turns, I believe. And just already creating such a big problem now for Leo.
Yeah, the big problem is this Red Devils, because you need extra credit to deal with it. Looks like Hellcat it is being able to trade and not lose a unit here. But Jinlun is still sitting in the front line with the Sky Train mass producing US infantry units, and Jinlun
Would
is
you want
not
to
afraid
bet
to
it's
trade.
Jasko for into time? Oh, that's the second one. Oh, no,
Second
not
Jasko.
again. It's the curse of the OCC, where you get out these Jaskos over and over again. And I think if we find a third one, then I think that could just be sort of game over, and Leo may just better win the game off the board presence role that these are just filling up for Jinlun. And we've seen it before, TB using this Sky Train and getting 3 of these Jaskos, and it's gonna be cursed if we find a third one. I think I may need to take some medication if that happens. Leo just deciding how they want to do this turn. Got a few different options. Pushes up some free ones. But I think this is a really nice play here, because now look, this puts Jinlun into a position where they can't actually deploy things because they can't have their 5th Ranger dying, and starting to try and clear out these Jaskos. Leo's own Sky Train coming out. Is this going to be a battle of the Sky Trains? I want to see a board with nothing but Sky Train and Jaskos.
Now, finding the Recon do it. I would love the Greyhound and an additional unit in the front line. Greyhound will get buffed by the engineers as well.
You can go 35T to trade very efficiently. So you can do the 5th Ranger trade into the 35T, then Hellcat to the front line, but there's not great follow-up after that. You may just want to actually go for the half track afterwards. Leo having to make very difficult decisions here.
I don't understand this move, sending the engineers into the front.
You can only hit face for 1 damage. It doesn't really achieve much. There's not much reason to kill the Sky Train, because right now Jinlun's backline is getting clogged up.
Yeah, but there's a Greyhound.
Yeah,
exactly.
You can go for the Greyhound as well. You're finding, how do I want to develop the board, and what way is best. Now we see the 35T as well as the trade. Here comes the Hellcat as well, and just thinking about it first. Maybe wanting to save the Hellcat for the Sherman. Gets rid of one of their Jaskos as well. That would allow them to spawn in some new 1-drops. Luckily, not another Jasko. Now, Leo has very, very... a large range of options here. I think that we can do it is what you want to be getting down this turn. You just need to decide how you want to work around it, because you want to buff as many things as possible. If you move up this engineers, decides to go for the we can do it. Oh no.
And yeah, I would go for the second. At this point, committing...
I would as well, but they're possibly thinking about trying to set up something with maybe a blitzkrieg. I don't see why else you would go face here, other than to try and set up some sort of blitzkrieg lethal.
Yeah.
Jinlun in a very difficult position still.
The Hellcat is able to trade this tank, what is very good for Jinlun to get back a little bit control. That's the second Hellcat.
I think for this turn, you go for the half track. I think it's slightly slower, sure, but I think it pays off a lot better. My worry with this play is you don't then get anything from your Skytrain. I would have preferred half tracking the unit in the front line and pushing up the 2-2.
Yeah. I agree. Would have been more valuable. And of course, keeping the half track in hand to be able to kill the 4-7 Sherman as soon as Leo uses 2 credits to get into the front line with this one. Another Sherman and another Blitzkrieg.
And possibly regretting not playing that 30-second from hand first. Finding another one out of the draw. Now, 99th is a very solid option here. If you put a 99th down on that chocolate ball in the front line, it just becomes a real problem that is very difficult for Jinlun to do anything about.
But, well, Jinlun has a second half track. If Leo uses the 99th and another chocolate boy, the 32nd Infantry Regiment, it creates a possibility of sending the buffed unit directly to hand, like we saw turn 4.
And I think that is something you definitely have to play around if you're Leo. You also have to play around the stars and stripes. I think you're best off buffing it. And
no, not like this.
No, that is really, really unfortunate here. You're going to be able to trade away something small. Just have to decide, do you want to get rid of the Jasko or the 2-2? Going to go for getting rid of the 2-2. It's just a more economical play. And then that's going to allow you to push up, get some Sherman draw, and this just puts you in a far stronger position. And Leo, I believe, overdrawing a Hellcat, that's a very large overdraw. You're able to blitz out lethal with blitzkriegs of that. You're able to blitz up and kill Skytrain. And now Leo in a slightly more difficult position when they were before. And this just become an absolute, brawl and slogfest of just units going and units dying. I mean, this match is starting to feel a little bit reminiscent of World War One, where it's just waves and waves of infantry with the occasional tank moving forwards, and just no one able to close it out.
It is a slaughter, and
Leo having a very nice board still. I think Leo is very much ahead on board state. And has a far more well-rounded hand just because of these blitzkriegs clogging up Jinlun's hand. But still,
Leo has also 2 blitzkriegs, both having 5th rangers. Jinlun has also, and Sherman comes in hand now.
Strategic bombing could be a very, very huge pull for this matchup with how many units are being sat back in this support line on most turns.
I think Leo has to play. We can do it.
I think so too. I think if you don't go for the we can do it, it's just a little bit too greedy. Not going for the we can do it. Just trying to set up these blitzkriegs. But this does give Leo some options. Can trade away the Sherman, can go for the 5th Rangers trade as well, but that's not going to be enough. And the Whirlwind as well, but that's not going to be enough. With Leo able to push up 2 tanks and go for 2 blitzkriegs, I believe that is game right here. Maybe a second Jasko might keep them alive, but they're not going to have any space for any more units to spawn. Now, do you go for the Whirlwind trade or do you go for the strat? You go for the strat, but that's still push up the Sherman, go for the double blitzkrieg, and end it there. And the Greyhound as well, just in case you weren't.
It's not enough credits for Leo to use 2 blitzkriegs.
Yeah, because the tank has 0 op cost after 2.
Yes.
So there you go, and that's game. And after that absolute, complete just brawl and just this really long game where, units are coming out and dying, Leo finally able to push through and finally break through at the blitzkrieg. And I really have to say, I think those Jaskos may have ruined the game there for Jinlun. I think if you don't get a double Jasko, you may have enough tempo to where Leo isn't able to do moves like that. And yeah, there you go. Leo taking game 1 in this US mirror. Quite an important match to take and push ahead with.
The clogging of the support lane with 2 Jaskos and the Skytrain was big, of course, but the turn 4 5th Rangers got sent back. I think this was the major swing what Leo enabled to get back into the game, then capitalizing on the Jaskos and being able to find more we can do it to buff his stuff and make them survive longer.
Here we are in game 2. This Jaguar deck getting a very, very aggressive start. Now, Leo obviously having quite a few tools in hand to fight back, but just not so soon. The US research is actually a really, really good one to find. You're able to drop this next turn, and then that's going to make it so you can play your 59th on curve, the 5/5 that takes control of something, and just really swing the game in your advantage. You might even just want to take this signal regiment and stop these pings ever being a problem for the rest of the game. However, you do have hammer, so it may not be your priority, especially if there's a 35 tier on the board. This is an absolutely huge start for Leo now.
Yeah, it is. Jinlun
And just going to pass the turn back.
Jinlun could have dealt so much damage with the Type and the Panzer, but Jinlun's afraid of board clear like...
and you can't deal the damage this turn. The HQ's protected. Yeah.
Could have without...
And yeah, just going to take that signal regiment and say, you know, this is going to be the thing that kills me over time. I've got ways of dealing with the board. I've got guards, and I've even got KV if you feign retreat. I can deal with your waves. I just can't deal with your burn. Jinlun going to be able to swing very hard this turn, but I imagine with this winter warfare, I mean, you can clear board here with your Leo, and I think you very well may go for that. Go for the winter warfare, trade with either of the 2 tanks, and then you can either defend in depth or hammer. I think I prefer the hammer because I like to save defend in depth as an answer to the KI-83 if this comes down. It's a really good way of dealing with it, but I don't think you're too worried about it just because of this KV that you have in hand. So I perfectly, I understand if you want to use defend in depth while there's cards still in Jinlun's hand.
Yeah, against Jaguar, often your opponent has no cards, and this makes defending depth less valuable.
Both for Rado's going to be able to drop, and I'm curious if we're going to see the Desperate Measures come out. It is a very, very strong burn card, and it does do an excellent amount of work here. However, it does obviously reduce one of these credit slots, which is something you do want to play around with Feigned Retreat, is the amount of credit slots you have.
Global Wind is able to deal more damage. Leo's down to 6.
It's the same damage, but it's also that Desperate Measures would have killed the guard.
There's no guard. It's
not the guard, sorry, the infantry. And now Leo just has to be as defensive as possible. I imagine we may see Bryansk's Irregulars plus Petliakov plus a trade.
I'm not sure about Petliakov.
It protects you from Raiding Brigade is one of the really nice things. Obviously, it's a bit late on the Erados, but protecting you from Raiding Brigade is just such a huge factor.
Panzer's 35T as well, but Jinlun doesn't even have infantry.
And Jinlun going for the Desperate Measures, going to play it slightly slower. Leo, going to need some healing here. But they do risk just being blown out by this bomber.
Rima is another guard.
More guards isn't what you need right now.
No, the bomber is a problem.
I'm almost curious if we're going to see Leo go for a red banner high roll, because it is possible. I think especially if you go for a Japan free drop, if you go red banner on this first signal regiment, try and find a free drop. There are some good fighters in there. And then once you've seen what you get, you can then work out how you want to place your guards.
This is a little bit more safe. Trading, setting up another guard.
My only concern is that there's no route out with this going like this. Like, you're just, yes, you are going to be, you're not relying on a high roll, But what are you going to do next turn? Unless you find some healing off the top of your deck, you're in the exact same scenario you were before.
Yeah, but you can play the high roll as desperate move anyway.
I
And
think you
there's
have
no
to
other.
here.
He
I
has
think you have to, yeah.
What card has the highest chance of producing a fighter?
I believe it is the Signal Regiment. I could be wrong, but I believe it is the Signal. I think there's 1 or 2 3K fighters for the Soviets, but you do have to kill one of your guards in the process, which is obviously not something you want to be doing here. And that's your only real option for finding a fighter. If you go red banner on the Rima, you get an RMT every time.
You will find 3 possible fighters out of the first Signal Regiment.
Exactly. It is the only route that you have to survive here is to go for that. However, because of this guard placement, it might not be good enough anyway. Going to go for the red band on the Petliakov, not going to find a guard, and that is going to be, or not going to find a fighter, sorry, and that is going to be game right there.
The Soviet could have found also a fighter. The MiG-3 and LA-5. Just checked it.
I believe the LA-5, though, I believe both of them would have died to the units on board. You need to do it on the Signal and look for one of the 3K fighters that has ambush. I believe that is your only route to survival there. But again, we're talking like very, very low fractions for this to happen. And Leo...
Yeah. It was like a 10 or 20% chance of not dying to the units on board, and without even considering top deck.
This Soviet deck struggling and maybe not being as consistent as people had hoped in this matchup. Leo is going to bring it again. And we're going to see this Brit discard control deck come out here for Jinlun.
Brit control.
Now, this can be a very, very good matchup, especially if you can hit certain cards with your discard. There are certain key cards which you really, really need to hit. But even if you don't hit them, like even if a Joseph Stalin comes out on board, you do actually have the tools to deal with this. This is one of those things where the Brits' game plan is to try and try and hit as many Soviet wind clones as you can, and then have the remaining tools to deal with the last few. Well, the Soviets, you really need to be really careful of how you use your resources. Playing both these ranks of regulars here, for example, would be detrimental, because what you're doing is you're lowering the chance of the discard hitting something not useful. It's really a very... playing a game of odds, and how can you get those odds to be as big in your favor as possible. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how Leo plays this. You know, you can play one Spooz regulars, but you don't ever want to play both here.
It's a tough matchup for Soviet, I believe, but Leo is starting second. That is good. And Leo already has the research font, the spy ring, very important. The T80s, T70s, those 4 credit tanks are very important because they are basically 2 units, like 2 cards. And just finding those giving cards is super important playing against this card, since Leo has not a lot of like basic card draw compared to Convoy or Lend-Lease on his own.
Just going to go for the Wrath Lightning. Bounce back the first rifles. And really, what you'd like to do here, if you're Jinlun, is you'd like to let Leo use some of their lower value resources. You know, stuff like these Scorched Earth, these Irregulars. Get these out of their hand. And once you've seen things like Scorched Earth come out, that is when you're more comfortable with then using your discard package, because you know it's going to be more likely to hit high value cards. So we may see the Wolfpack come out this turn. There is 1 Scorched Earth out and a tier 2 research to hit. However, Case Yellow now.
Case Yellow is also very strong this turn.
It's going to go for the hit, set up the Case Yellow. and say to Leo, you know, at the moment, I know you have a large hand, but you're actually at risk of overdrawing if you don't start to play some of these cards. And Leo thinking of spending 4 credits to go for the trade, and you just see how these control matchups completely change how much resources are worth. You can't have a set cost to how much you think a resource is worth, because these matchups change it so drastically to the point where spending 4 credits to trade this unit into a honey is something that Leo genuinely thought about doing. Jinlun's got to use some discard now, or I'm going to go insane. I suppose, yeah, you can church.
Overdraw. Sending back those overdrawing Priyanks. Overdrawing.
ISU is huge.
Jinlun has a lot of discard, but did not even use a single to be able to retreat everything and causing discard by overdraw. Jinlun is playing very careful here. And I mean, he can. He's playing Brit control. This honey survived since turn 2. He has all of the time because at the end, I believe, and J King will disagree here, I believe Brit control is the strongest late game option. Maybe not against every player. Player like J King will find the win condition and being able to abuse this Soviet control list, especially with those Remas. It has potentially more value. Leo now playing the first rifles and Priyank's irregulars again, but Jinlun was able to set up a bigger board. And since Leo played some cards, maybe it's time to start the discard. No, it's not.
I love playing discard so much, and I know it's a little bit psychopathic, but I just love seeing the cards leave my opponent's hand, and I like the thought of my opponent's cards being ripped away from them. So to see Jinlun playing this matchup and not like doing that, I'm not saying it's the wrong play. I'm just saying it hurts me, because the part I love about this deck is, you know, the ripping cards apart away from your opponent. And it's like, I see all these discard tools in Jinlun's hand. I'm like, please just rip Leo's hand to shreds.
You mentioned that is a little psychopathic, and I fully agree. My fiancé is into true crime and listened to a podcast yesterday where the host explained why when children are into killing animals and enjoying looking at the pain is an sign of psychopathic behavior.
I generally try not to swear on these streams, but I just like to say, no shit.
I think what? Enjoying discard that much could be a little bit into this direction. Of course,
I think there's a fair argument for that. I feel like at some point this wolf pack has been sitting in the hand for ages. You know, you've got the MI5. You can really do some serious damage, and I think at some point these are going to have to start being used, because at the moment this just feels like Brit ramp against Soviet control.
Yeah, right now Jinlun is not really capitalizing on those discard effects. But
especially case yellow. Like, I understand wanting to use the board when you have such a board presence, but case yellow is going to give all these units +1 attack. And when you have something like a Blackwatch on board or a Seaforth on board, you really get a lot of use out of those attack buffs that you get to everything.
Yeah, and I do not understand why.
When it hits the ISU and puts the T60 back on the deck.
And that is the ISU from Heroes of the Soviet Union.
That is the second one. That is true.
It's the second ISU.
The parade. I was half expecting it to get the ISU back. I was looking forward to that.
But it's
that's a lot of Remas.
Yeah. It is a lot of Remas.
And right now, Leo is in this position where you're not going to win with the cards you have in hand. You're just going to slowly lose. But you're also the chances of you. Oh, and the Blackwood. It does so much work against these researchers. You go for this 0k research, and it gets increased by 2 again. And suddenly you're spending like 5 credits to draw 1 card. There's one of the Remas gone.
Yellow.
And this is starting to look more and more like Jinlun's game. And another great example of ABB, always ban Brits. And Radar, going to try and find... what happened to the ISU? Is it further into the deck? I swear we should have seen it by now. Did we discard it?
No, we discarded the ISU.
Oh, there's too many moving parts for me. My brain is not built to keep up with. I mean, this is the thing. When I play discard, I don't follow what's been discarded. I just keep doing it until there's nothing left. You know, it's the difference between having a sniper rifle and aiming with pinpoint accuracy, or just going out with a minigun. And I much prefer the minigun method of discard, where it's like it doesn't matter where you are or what you have because I'm hitting everything.
But at those peak level of top play in the cards OCC Ultimate, I think going with discard like minigun is not the best option, especially against control. Against very fast
far
decks,
more enjoyable though.
against very fast decks who are ripping off cards like J-Aggro or even Brit Air, I totally agree. Remove as much as possible, but against other control decks, you really need to be aware of what to aim for. So
Going for the Annihilation, I think might be a little bit of a mistake because the T-34 gets added to hand first, which means you can't hit this this research, or like you can, but you have a lower chance of hitting this research. I think I'd have preferred to just see a Wolfpack or a Case Yellow.
Active sonar, pinning everything, and adding so many credits.
I don't think it's going to matter. I think Jinlun has the time to spend these credits. You can just go for a Wolfpack. You can go for a Case Yellow. There's so many options here.
There are a lot of options, but it will take a lot of time to use those options. And this will give Leo a little bit of time, a little bit of extra time.
Ultra and not hit by the sonar, this Ultra only going to cost 3 credits to activate every single turn. And I think Leo is in a very difficult position. Yes, you have these T-34s, but they're just not enough to swing this game. We may see this Defend in Depth come out, but you need to go for the Winter Warfare first to make sure that the Defend in Depth goes through. I don't see how you don't survive. I don't see how you don't just die next turn.
Leo does not know there is an activated Ultra because in the rest of the hand it wouldn't be that it wouldn't be playable. But Leo was able to play Scorched Earth and find the Ultra. Saving.
I think you're just dead here, though. Honestly, I think you're just dead. The Case Yellow comes out, kills your guard, and then you get hit in the face for 6. That's game. I mean, you get hit in the face for 12. Sorry.
Leo could kill the guard.
You have to. I don't think there's actually the credits for lethal next turn, but it's getting real close.
Killing the guard and with Branks Irregular's destruction effect 3, killing the frontline tank is just enough to not die.
And now we just see the guard come out, protect the bomber, and then just hit face. And there's really nothing Leo can do about that.
Jinlun does not even has to guard the HQ.
Well, if you, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were saying guard the bomber.
No.
Very nice find here. Going to be able to keep themselves alive just for a little bit, but still they're on very borrowed time. And I'd kind of like to see Jinlun just drop as many things from their hand as possible, get as many threats on the board as possible. You can get this Sexton down, you can get this Spitfire down.
Sexton and MI5.
Going for
Is
the
even stronger.
traditional draw middle, you know, don't draw first, don't draw last, draw middle.
Moving. Okay, Rima now buffing both units is relative strong, but Sexton is able to attack
Yeah,
the
with this
HQ.
Sexton, you can put down the Blackwatch, and then you can just Sexton, or you don't even need the Blackwatch, just
You don't.
shelling and Sexton the face.
Shelling Sexton, yes. And
And that's
Blackwatch on top of that to add more credits.
and that's game. Jinlun going 2-1. And again, this Soviet France control deck really struggling today. There you go. Leo now knows what they're going to be matched up against. They know they're going to be against this USA frontline list, so they can play the matchup. However, you sort of still in that matchup, you bring this Soviet control deck already, and you've been struggling with this deck today. Most people have been struggling with this deck today. It's, you know, you might not be feeling too comfortable with it.
Maybe it's experience. This Soviet France deck with Rima is relatively new compared to Brit Control, compared to J-Aggro, compared to Frontline. But maybe it was just a little overestimated by those participants. And this proves your point, Bavils. ABB, always ban
Yeah,
Brit,
Always ban Brits.
seems to be the better choice for today. So far.
So far, yes.
We only finished two sessions, and Jinlun still needs to pass with the frontline deck. I think the control deck into frontline should work a little bit better.
Just gonna go for
Didn't Jinlun just won? With...
yeah, sorry, I think there's some confusion here. Jinlun appears to be on the wrong deck. They have you have to switch deck. It is you only win with each deck once per series. So Jinlun seems to have picked the incorrect deck. So we can get a nice look at Leo's hand there. Very nice. So I wonder if well, it doesn't affect things from Jinlun's perspective at all. Jinlun knows that they're going to be against. They know they're going to be on USA either way, so it doesn't actually give any information away.
No, Jinlun has only to win with US frontline, and Leo knows that, and it doesn't matter.
We apologize for that. Just a little bit of confusion from the players' part. These things do happen when you host live events. This is one of the things, you know, people ask for live events a lot, and we are more than happy to bring them when we can, but unfortunately you will just have to sit back and wait a little bit while these kinks are figured out without the magic of editing, which unfortunately is only a luxury we get when doing these in a pre-recorded sense. So we'll be right back with you, the players, just getting into it with the right decks. And I think if we're assuming Leo brings in this Japan deck either way, it's going to be very, very important how these opening mulligans go. Leo is going to need to get a very aggressive start, try and get the front line as much as possible, because if Jinlun is able to get the front line and hold it with something like a Red Devils or something buffed with a We Can Do It, the Aggro deck can really, really struggle to come back from that or do anything about it.
I think the J-Aggro will be the much tougher matchup.
You know, I did an interview with Ellen Darkness, and you have infected her. You have plagued Ellen, because I was asking about decks, and her first deck she spoke about, in her words, was J-Aggro. I was like, you spent too much time with Darkness, where she's already started calling J-Aggro J-Aggro thanks to you.
Am I the only one saying J-Aggro and not
you are indeed. And here we are. We have the game.
What?
And this is we've come into this with Jinlun looking very strong and Leo struggling quite a bit with this Red Devils in the front line. No, you are, I'm afraid, the only person I've ever heard say J aggro, but we would not ask you to change that ever. It is one of the darkness mannerisms.
Oh man, I think it's a theme of myself saying some things different and no one calls that out. Like feigned retreat, I was
And frightened retreat. I remember frightened retreat.
for 2 years I was calling that wrong and no one corrected me. Okay,
It's
but
nice.
then-
It's charming. It's charming.
But back
seen-
into this game, Leo was able to find the first
You
rifle.
Remember I spoke about Red Devils and I spoke about We Can Do It?
Yeah.
We might have a We Can Do It Red Devils, which is the ultimate sort of problem for Jagro. And there it is. I would be very surprised. Yeah. And this is what every Jagro player dreads. This is what every Jagro player, just fears and has nightmares of in their sleep. I imagine Red Sun at the moment is looking at this and just considering giving up on, switching off their computer and calling it a day after watching this.
Desperate measure formed by Arado was able to kill the Red Devils without paying this extra credit. So it really felt like a desperate measure, but Leo was able to kill the front line, only for the front line to get taken back by Jinlun, capitalizing with the Sherman double draw, playing another unit, and
I think this half track is going to be something to really keep an eye on here. As you get this board established for Leo here, you're trying to move things up and get enough stuff on the board where you can drop the KI and keep it alive and protect it, where you can draw enough cards to win the game off it. And this half track is just going to bounce that and slow it down by so much that I think it might be the bane of Leo's existence following after that Red Devils. Very nice pin here from the surprise attack. You don't have to use these as kill orders. You can use them as stallers to buy time. However, there's still a lot of tools in Jinlun's hand. You have this Panzer 35T, you have this Hellcat, which you can blitz out as well. You have a lot of ways of dealing with the board.
you could even drop the Sherman and have another big body. Jinlun
You
does not
could
really.
do, but I think you save it. I think maybe you Hellcat trade this turn.
Yeah.
And I know it's brave, but I think it's the maneuver.
Just to get rid of everything in the front line.
Oh, but feigned retreat off the top completely changes the course of this game. Looking like Leo is not going to be able to find enough units to establish themselves at all. And now Jinlun has to work out how can they end the game as quickly as possible and give as little time to Leo as possible. Puts a 6-6 in the front line, can blitz up a 35T, get this Hellcat to the front line, and it's going to give Leo one turn to find what they need.
That turn 6
This is
was so crucial. Half track would have killed it, removed it instantly.
Sheeden, it's too slow.
Sheeden,
That's
no.
game. Leo getting Sheedened off the top into an Aichi, and Jinlun are going to be able to go 3-1 with the Blitzkrieg.
Arado's only able to kill the Hellcat.
Oh
This is
no.
8 plus 6, and Jinlun Blitzkrieg able to take this serious.
And there you go. Jinlun able to close it out before Leo is able to properly pop off from that feigned retreat and end it in a very timely manner.
Congratulations, Jinlun. Moving on to our semifinals. Bubbles put another tick in the ABB column. That is literally what it feels like. Kind of got turned around here. That discard just changed the momentum of the game. Then a great start with the frontline list, and Jinlun was able to close it out. Unfortunately, Darkness, while we are keeping score, your prediction was in fact incorrect.
Yes.
us bring up the brackets, see where we're at as we're closing out on day one of the OCC Ultimate. We still have our last quarterfinal to go. We've got Berto Burrito taking on Uwumoy coming up in just a couple moments, but there you see 3 of our 4 semi-finalists. One more game today, but we've got the semi-finals, the bronze match, and the grand finals for you tomorrow as well. So still lots more cards action to come. We're going to take a little break here before we get into determine who our last semi-finalist is, who will be competing for $1,000 first place prize here at the first ever OCC Ultimate. Welcome back once individual. When we get into Berto's decks, we'll chat a little bit about some of the titles of his deck list because I think that gives you some good insight into who Berto is as a human being. His opponent is Uwu Moi, making their appearance. They have played now in 3 OCCs. Having finished second in the April Clash, 10,000 matches, 60% win rate, qualifying here in the 6th seed position, rocking some solid shades. Now, Flake, we've got Berto, who has played in 13 OCCs. We have Uwu Moi, who has played in 3 OCCs. They have similar total matches. Obviously, the efficiency of that win rate that Berto has is off the charts. At what point do competitors at this level, at what point does it stop mattering the quote unquote experience they have? At one point, are they just, hey, we're top level players and it doesn't matter what you throw me into, I'm going to be well prepared for this?
Generally speaking, anytime that there's new content that comes out, new cards or whatever, everybody's just gets, wiped back to zero because there's a new meta, there's new ways to interact, there's new decks that you need to get reps on. Having 10,000 matches under your belt will prepare you for a lot of the basics of the theory behind how to play, the strategies of archetypes of like aggro versus control, the strengths and weaknesses of the actual nations. But when it comes down to actual experience, you eventually, surpass a threshold where, hey, it's all the same. Like if I have 200 games, 500 games, 1,000 games, it more or less just covers all your bases, and then it just becomes, how well am I prepared in this particular matchup versus this particular matchup. So I don't think that I'm going to see much, difference in that regard. Like I said, because these are decks that both players know very well. They've put the work in. They know each other very well. So I don't think that is going to be too much of a relevant factor.
Well, speaking of decks, why don't we just go ahead and jump right into the deck list? We've seen quite a few of these a few times before. So Berto does have that frontline list we're typically used to seeing. Got the Brit Air, has the Jagro list. However, that Soviet list looks maybe a little bit different. Spooz, what's your take on that?
Yeah, that's so what we saw today was a Soviet list with France ally, which was a more like a control deck. Then we had the US ally from Noan, which also kind of control. But this one is more like an aggressive list, like the Soviet Japan self-damage deck, which is just abusing or just utilizing the self-damage part from Soviets, and yeah, try to get value out of 456 Rifle Regiment, for example, or just reducing the cost of the 34th Scars. So what we saw today, we saw an Italian version of self-damage. Berto is taking the original version of the self-damage deck, where you have access to the 33rd Raccoon and the Scouting Party, which just delivers you more draw, where you don't fully need to rely on the 5-year plan that you need to do with the Mar Nostrum version with Italy Ally. So kind of the traditional self-damage list. And yeah, I think both players just decided to bring that one, which is really interesting. Out of 8 players, 2 are bringing the exact same list. Kind of interesting. Maybe they prepared together, and who knows.
Berto affectionately calling that Soviet self-damage list 1 HP and a dream, which I can appreciate. So let's go take a look at Urumoy's lineup here and see how they kind of line up. Once again, we see that frontline list. We see the Brit Air list. We see some Jagro going on. And then, yeah, ironically enough, in this first matchup, we are going to get a little bit of that Soviet Japan self-damage. Now, this is the second time in the last 2 series where we've seen players essentially go head-to-head with the same lineup. I do know that at a certain point, Urumoy got a little bit of coaching from J-King, so I wonder if they're sort of running in the same circle, to your point, Spooz, of maybe having prepared together, and that's why we're seeing some of these deck lists sort of replicate themselves within that space.
Yeah.
So we've had Bubbles coin the ABB term, always ban Brit. We are gonna have the bans up here in just a second. Let's see if they've both taken Bubbles' advice or not, banning the Brit on both sides.
I got my own ABB, Chris. It's
Oh, no.
it's annoying Bubbles Bird. That is my ABB. I think that audio bomb bird. There's definitely
audio bombird. I like that.
Yeah, there's a whole separate ABB, but I think that Bubbles certainly has the right idea, as you could see it just reflected right here, as both players are justifiably kind of afraid of that Brit Air list and the ABB. Bubbles always ban Brit is a philosophy that until something or other decks, multiple lists can convincingly beat it, then that is typically just the way to go.
And we saw in the first 3 matchups of today that Brit was not banned on both sides. So far, the player banning Brit has won 2 of those 3 matchups, though. So I think at this point, Berto and Moy looked at it and decided, yeah, you know what? That seems to be the right call. I believe behind the scenes, Markthius gave us a little insight, and Moy actually, when asked for his ban, just sent Markthius ABB. So it's starting to catch on. It's starting to become a thing. Bubbles has definitely impacted the culture here at the first ever OCC Ultimate.
That's scary. That of all the people to have their fingerprint on things, you're giving the guy. I mean, I love the guy to death. I'm going to be completely honest, but I mean, Chris, you saw what he's wearing. Is that not just Nunna's tablecloth? Like, let's be real. Like, let's just rewind it here, baby. That is one hell of a shirt. I love it.
So I did ask Bubbles specifically at the April Clash where he got his mushroom shirt, and he did mention possibly shopping at a thrift store or secondhand store or something like that. So he might just have cut a head hole in Nunna's tablecloth, and that's where we're at today. But we're getting into the action, and we're going to see a Soviet mirror matchup here. Spooz, how do we feel about this? Probably a little bit less of a long, drawn-out control list, but when you're damaging yourself and doing the work for your opponent, this could end in a variety of different fashions.
Yeah, I mean, what both players are looking for here are probably the 34 Scars and some self-damage early on. That's what you really want to have. You want to establish those big 6/6 infantry units on your side. Yeah, and then just go to the front line like in every matchup, because this is a very infantry-based play style. And yeah, as we all know, infantry can only move or attack in the same turn. So who's ever having the front line here is also having kind of control of the match, and the other one a little bit on the back foot. So it's all about, just establishing units in the front line, buffing them, like with the 456 that are just growing by receiving damage from your own cards. And then just, close out the game. It's easy as that.
The epitome of a real true mirror match here is the fact that you're playing the same The same nation, the same list effectively, and the same opener. So a lot of self-damage, a lot of defense recovery based off of, again, an 0-4 just smoke-screened unit. Every nation has one that does something that can be effectively annoying, very difficult to deal with early on, as Moy and Berto both setting up their board. This mirror match should be fascinating, as there's going to be a lot of changes in health totals, in that defense total for both HQs here. The strategy of this mirror match, Spooz, is there one card or one particular play or combo that either player are looking to pull off first?
So what very important, let me check quickly, is how many Uras they have. So Berto is having 2 copies of Ura. Then Berto, I expect, is also having 2 copies. Yeah. So Ura can also play a very important role in that matchup. It's not just about pushing stuff into the front line to just kill your opponent. It's also about being aware of what you push into the front line and what your opponent is having in their support line. Like, even if you have full control of the front line, if your opponent is establishing big guys in the support line, followed up by an Ura or even 2, then you can find yourself very, very fast in a losing position. So it's a very tough matchup for both players, and both have to be very aware of the situation, what is happening all the time, what could my opponent have in hand, what did they already play. So it's really quite difficult. So mostly for the beginning, you want to get those big 34 guards out that is coming out here for Berto. First from the both players. Moy so far did not have a chance to reduce the cost on his end, 34 guard. So, but I think we might see this one coming soon. Moy here with the Winter Warfare in hand and 2 33rd on the board, which means whenever he's playing that one, not just he's reducing the cost of the 34s and make the 456 grow. No, he's also just drawing cards now. So that's kind of a thing that is going for him, but he's already staring at this pretty scary board here on Berto's end. Like the 456 can guard that 5-3 tank and the 6-6, which makes it quite hard for Moy at the moment to just get rid of them.
Berto Burrito has a fairly favorable board over here. Again, just building it up, has got a lot of meat out there for the grinder now. He's opting, I would suspect, to probably move forward here. He's got to take the front line again, make room to develop his own board, but also pressure. As you can see, Moy's board is not as effective, but take a look at this. There's going to be a lot of card draw here, maybe potentially overdrawing in the turns to come, but ultimately here, Berto's going to start to make some space and start to pressure, as Moy can only draw cards and not necessarily have the same kind of presence on the board. However, does take the front line. Berto's going to have to spend some of those credits in order to clear space, and ultimately just start to pressure Moy's totals here. And if he could take the front line here, I think that this match can be over in a heartbeat.
Yeah, but Berto is thinking how he wants to deal with that infantry unit in the front line there, deciding to go for the SU and deploying a Katyusha there, bringing Moy the overdraw of 2 cards there, because there was still draw from the 33rd, and there's still one more on the board. So Moy's task has to be here to get stuff on the board, so he's no longer overdrawing his important cards. And that 6-5 in the front line is also really scary. So he can deploy 2 456 here, for example, then kill that 5-1 tank with the Bloody Sickle, giving him 2 guards that have 2-4 health.
At this rate, I mean, his options here have to be to just effectively clean up the biggest threats as possible, especially something with the mobility of a tank. Bloody Sickle, going to go ahead, take that out, also draw a little bit of cards, but you can see, you know, those 1-drops that have been there the whole time do kind of regain some of the health. So it's going to be a battle for the board more than anything. I don't think either player has their life totals, their HQ defense really under threat now. Moy's mission here, I think, is just to start slamming some bodies out there to hopefully, maybe give Berto pause here. But a 6-5 in the front line right now looks pretty impenetrable.
Yeah, I would be interested to know what Moy was looking for here with the sickle first before deploying the 456, because now he did not benefit from the self-damage on that unit. I'm not sure if there's any 4-drop that he would have more out of than just getting the buff on the on the 1-3 there, which would have been a 2-4 with guard now. Katyusha not hitting twice here, very important, so Berto has to deliver another red dawn there. But that, on the other hand, brings that 34 scars down to 1 credit deployment cost now. And yeah, look at those stats on the board there. And Moi not really having anything against this. He can also just deploy 2 of his 34 scars. But Berto already having 11 damage in the front line, plus the Katyusha, plus more to follow up.
Katyusha is such a staple card for the Soviets that it was such a problem or such a, just an anchor for Soviet artillery style decks way back when. I remember loving that card. I think it was my first favorite card in cards was the Katyusha about a year and a half ago, and how these decks have essentially evolved over time, each nation just changing their way that they play. But it's nice to see these cards come back as the 34th guard with a nice hefty discount. It's got a nice little brother in arms in the back row as well, costing 1. Question is, are you've got a nice cushion at 24, but how are you going to make room? Berto unfortunately doesn't have many cards, but the one he does is still a very, very significant threat that he can just deploy moving forward and playing it at a discount that without even considering what the top deck's going to be.
Yeah, and Moi deciding to just not deploy the second 34s, but instead buffing the 33rd Raccoon with the counteroffensive and getting rid of that 5-6 before Berto just makes it even bigger. And yeah, so far Moi could deal very well with those threats coming just towards his direction. And yeah, suddenly Berto is running out of stuff. I mean, look at Moi's hand there. He has 3 potential guards. He has a lot of AoE, another 34s, and found another one on top of the deck. Berto needs to find some draw on his end soon. Otherwise, I think he might just run out of steam and Moi can just take over the board.
That's a big time reality. If this overcommitment by Berto gets punished, then Moi has all the resources to allocate at his whim. And I mean, I think Berto here is just doubling down and saying, I'm just hoping that you just don't have it, that you have no effective way to clear this without actually having to trade into me. Being on top deck is a scary affair. Sometimes you feel like a god when you pick up precisely what you need. Other times, if it's just some garbage, well, you kind of curse yourself. But at the moment, things are looking okay for Berto as he has most of the spots here. Winter Warfare is the start as a free 34th guard is going to hit the board over here to challenge some of what's going on here in the front row, as everything's protected here. Basically, that 6-5 in the front line, Berto's going to have to trade it into either a 6-6 for a relatively 1-for-1 trade, or you can just start peeling off the guard and again advancing forward. We'll see how Berto approaches this turn.
And KV1 is a really important find here for Berto, since Moi is not really having a good response to that one. He needs to go to the front line first. The Pelyakov 2-4 bomber is not really a threat for that KV1. And again, not hitting twice. They're really unfortunate with his 50-50s today. We might just see Winter Warfare not really great because you lose your own Katyusha, and I think Katyusha is a good target to be attacked from the Pelyakov next turn, and that kind of protects your other units. So it's a tough call. I mean, unfortunately, not enough space in the support line to deploy the KV1 now.
So opting to show some patience. Again, the Winter Warfare would have done some work on Berto's side as well, valuing the range of that artillery, the Katyusha, that unfortunately hasn't been behaving like you mentioned, Spooz. But again, that is precisely the relationship I had with this card.
Yeah.
Never
it's always hitting
want
for your opponent, right? And never for yourself, feels like sometimes.
It's the ultimate betrayal. It's like you could ask Christo about this. It's like our relationship with golf. It hates us. Golf hates us, but we keep going back because every now and then it just does some amazing stuff. Ultimately, though, Katyusha there is still alive. It'll maybe, bite the dust next turn. Ultimately, right now, Berto looks like he's in control. Doesn't have the lead in terms of the HQ, but has it on the board. Not many cards, but that KV2, how important is that card, Spooz?
I mean, it's as I said, it's quite important because Moy is not having a lot of answers to that. On the other hand, Moy is sitting on a comfortable 31 HP health here, so he does not really care too much about it. He's also not having any 33rds on the board that would give him additional draw. So he's kind of comfortable sitting here, and that KV1 is not that big of a threat for now. Yeah, both players kind of run out of steam now. Moy has one more 34th guard to deploy, but other than that, also just only the Great Periodic War in the 456. It might depend a lot on who's getting the better draws in the next few turns. Berto having a good start here with the SU, which is a 5-3 body. Additionally to the KV1, this could be a lot of stuff to take care of here for Moy. But yeah, both players kind of low on good stuff. And it might be, yeah, it might just come down to who's just managing his resources better now, who's just doing the better trades, who's finding the better gaps here in their opponent's defense, and then just, yeah, with the small edge, better end, just winning this match.
Clearing out some of the units on the board, coming in with another 34th. A 4-5 guard, again, that keeps growing. So the defense totals have just switched, and once again the cards in hand totals have also flip-flopped as it's back to Berto holding on to some options. There's definitely some options here, opting to go ahead and shore up some of that aerial superiority. It's just a 2-2, but as you can see, patience here on both sides is quite the important factor, as Spooz mentioned it completely correctly, as both players just seem to go real hot and heavy for a while, but again, as all their resources shore up, it looks like they've throttled back a bit to sort of refill the coffers, get some cards in hand, create some options. Neither player are really all that aggressive. They're playing very defensively, leaving that no man's land in the middle just wide open, as both players saying, you want it, go get it.
Yeah, found it quite interesting that the turn before, or one turn earlier even, Moy did not push up his 4-5 to get rid of this 456 in the support line of Berto there. It might have been a good decision there, but I think he just gave Berto too much time now to just establish or re-establish a board on himself there. And I think pressure could have been the correct way there. Like, Berto's hand was really down to almost nothing than the KV1 and the Great Periodic War. And now he's just staring a big wall of guards there, also on Berto's end. And I think it's both players' match now. It just depends who's doing the first step here, maybe going into the front line and just getting overwhelmed by an hurrah from the opponent, looks like. But what is going for Moy here, he's already having an 11 damage HQ lead, plus he's having the KV1 on board, and kind of forcing Berto to leave his defensive position then and go to the front line just to get rid of the KV1. Otherwise, he's just dying to that over time.
Inevitability on Moy's side here because of the KV. However, most of the meat resides on Berto's side, defensively postured there to protect the HQ value. But again, the KV doesn't care about that. It'll be able to just go right beyond it, but that will pay dividends to Berto over time. He's looked like he's just going to start clearing up some options. And the value pass here, I guess, wants to invest those credits in low-risk mutual funds. In this case, it looks like Great Patriotic War is just going to equalize the game. Both players down to 12. Do they have enough to actually push through? I don't think so, because there's a lot of guard value there. Berto, however, is under the pressure of this KV, which is going to slowly but surely whittle it down. And again, like you mentioned, sometimes these self-wound decks they just get the job done for you. You just sit back and play it safe. The question is, does Berto have an opportunity here to get rid of that KV and maybe stabilize a little?
Yeah, what Berto really needs to do is get rid of his own Yak. Otherwise, he's just receiving 3 additional damage here each turn. I think he's kind of also forced to just play another Great Periodic War this or maybe next turn to just set himself back to 12. Probably not this turn, because, yeah, nothing can touch his HQ beside the KV1, and he can just control how much he's drawing each turn. As long as he's not deploying a 33rd, he should be fine. And now both players with the KV1 on the board, 2 guards guarding their HQ. What is going for Berto here maybe is that he's still having the engineers that can just heal him above 12. Moi will not be able to heal himself back above 10, I guess, other than Berto just playing the Great Periodic. So, kind of equal situation. Berto's having the hand advantage, but that might just be a disadvantage if it comes to fatigue match. But honestly, I doubt it that this will be the case, because at some point some player has to push up, and then the Ura from the other player just strikes and kills him.
Huge pass again. If you're just joining us again, this is the last quarterfinal matchup here at the OCC Ultimate. Berto versus Moi. Both players banning each other's British lists. Ultimately, it's a 0-0 game. As you can see, it's down to the wire. Both players are just not wanting to commit, not wanting to just dip a toe in that pool. They say you first, essentially, as it's just the stare down on either side as the KVs are doing all the work here. Advantage for the moment seems to be to Moi, the inevitability leaning towards their side. However, those are some big units. At what point, Spooz, is Berto going to have to commit these guards to the front row?
I mean, actually, since it's Berto's turn, he's in a slight advantage. First of all, his guards are just bigger. Plus, he can play the Great Periodic War, setting himself to 12. And now Moi will receive damage first. So he will go to 10, then Berto will go to 10. So he's not winning the KV1 race right now. Berto just deciding, okay, let's end this right now. My guards are double as big as yours, so let's go in. Even if he's having Ura now, they're kind of safe and surviving, not knowing that Moi has double Ura. So he's able to kill the whole front line there from Berto, and can additionally deal damage to Berto's HQ. Not too much, but maybe it's enough.
As it stands, like you mentioned, resetting both players' defense totals to 12 on their HQs, put the ball essentially in Berto's court. He was serving, and Moi was then on the receiving end of getting the 2 damage over time, and that was a good opportunity for Berto, essentially, to, like you mentioned, to move up these behemoths, these absolute stone walls to the front line here. And though they may not have access to the HQ, what they're doing is they're once again just kind of insulating the board on their end, giving themselves more room to breathe, and just choking Moi from the perspective of, if you want to establish more units on the board, you're going to have to trade in, and you might not want to do that. So limiting the avenues of attack that Moi has, Berto has also given himself 5 extra spots on the board to continue to create more space. But as you can see, here come the fireworks, Spooz, and the big boys are down and out.
And that engineer battalion here saved Berto's ass, since he would have been dead without that +6 additional health.
Oh, wow.
And that T80 surviving, combined with a Nura on Berto's end, plus the Winter Warfare, closes out the game for Berto. What a close one. That engineer battalion just saved Berto and giving him the 1-0 lead now in this mirror matchup. Wow, that was really an intense one and really, really tactical. And yeah, Berto found the correct spot to go in just when, Moi, even with double Ura, did not have a chance to close out the game just because of that engineer battalion, and really well played by both players. But yeah, Berto with the better end in the end.
In those pivotal turns late game, you know, when both players are at 12 credits, they've got these massive units doing work on the board, and then there's just passing. I believe I counted something like 30 to 40 credits were left on the board between the 2 players over the span of that game, and that's a lot. That's a lot of actual, you know, in a sandbox, that's a lot of creativity you can have, but you're just leaving on the board because you want your opponent to bite first. Ultimately, though, the surprising factor there was those passes, and the second major surprising factor was Spooz saying "saving your ass," which I think was awesome to hear.
Yeah, I mean, nothing to add to that one. So we're looking forward to match number 2 here. Berto is not able to play that self-damage any longer since he won with that one. Having access to that US-Germany and that Japan-Germany aggro list still, or frontline list and aggro list. I think Moi might just go again with the self-damage deck. He did have quite a good start, but Berto even with a better one. And yeah, excited to see what both players are deciding to bring here.
Fascinating that Germany as a nation has, in this particular meta, has essentially slotted itself in as the ally, as the support nation, finding itself into like the U.S. lists, into the Japanese lists, etc. Gone are the days, I guess, of some of the bigger, the bigger, more aggressive tank lists and the blitz lists and such of Germany, in favor of being a more supportive type of faction. Do you think, Spooz, that perhaps down the line Germany's just going to get their day in the sun again?
As a main nation,
Yes, as a main
yeah.
nation.
I mean, Germany is still quite prominent. Also, not too much today. We had, what do we have? A German Italy controllers, which was quite successful there from Head. We had a fast Heinz list from Tiger, I guess, was it? Yeah, which was not too successful, but in the end, yeah, Tiger won. So I think Germany is still good as a main nation, but yeah, what it's offering as an ally nation for aggressive list is stuff like 35T, which is just so strong with the early 1 credit infantry units, followed up by a 35T, is a really, really big threat for a lot of decks and a lot of potential damage early on in the game. And yeah, also in that Brit discard list, Germany is having a good variety of control tools with their discard decks, with the discard cards. So yeah, Germany overall, good main nation, but even a better ally nation.
All right, it's rock and roll time. Berto up 1-0. This is the quarterfinals of the OCC Ultimate, as we start with a very strong start here, as we we skipped a couple turns here. Unfortunately, there was just a few hiccups that we had to get through, but here we are, and it's down to who's facing a pretty strong, I believe those are the Red Devils in the front line. They just fire out there haphazardly, and there is a way to kill them. Unfortunately, however, you're going to, unfortunately for Berto over here, it's only going to help the cause, as 2/4 guard is going to do a nice protective job here. But for a list like this US list that really wants to own the front line, how aggressive does Moy have to be here with this Soviet list to rob Berto of that value?
I mean, pushing that 2/4 to the front line is a good step to just almost winning that game already. But what is even worse for Berto here is the 2/4 bomber that Moy just deployed, the Pedliakov. It's just shutting down every deployment effect from Berto. On the other side, also from Moy, but Moy is not playing any units that have a deployment effect. So that is a really, really big problem here for Berto. And it's a good advice for him to get rid of this as soon as possible. He's having chances. He could attack with the PIR into that frontline unit and then utilize the Sherman to get rid of it. But since it's Moy's turn, I expect him to just drop the first rifles here, protect that Pedliakov, and from there on, it could be pretty hard for Berto to get control over that match. Moy's hand is not looking that great otherwise. Like, he did not found any 34's guard. That 456 is only unit of that specific type. So he kind of needs to find more stuff. But for now, he's just developing that guard in the front line and dropping a second Pedliakov even. Not even dropping the first rifles. Probably just taking out the Sherman then.
Yeah, the Sherman. Well, the Sherman has the best accessibility to the back line over here, if necessary. However, I think going face here, if you do want to kill the guard on the front line here, it's going to cost too many credits. It's going to be probably 2 trades into it, which doesn't leave Berto enough credits to actually operate the Sherman to access the Petliakovs in the back row. So I like this move, which was basically, let's add some pressure here. Let's set up a double bomber in the back row. There's the Yak in case, but ultimately what Moy is opting to do here is saying, all right, it's not a cost-efficient move for you to attack my front line. And in the meantime, if I'm going to make that decision, if I'm going to put you on board development versus trading, that means that I can set up a second Petliakov in the back, have bombers ready to go, and give you a pain in the ass in the front line for you to actually punch through. Now, Berto has done a good job of really shoring up his support line presence. However, we're still early enough in the game that it's going to be difficult to do everything you want to if you're Berto.
I mean, that we can do it came in really clutch here. Just giving Berto the opportunity to kill that 3-5. Unfortunately, Moy not having any more self damage to pump up that HQ or that health of that guard unit. So that Sherman has free way to get rid of one of the Pedliakovs now. And then the turn after, we might just see the PRR doing the same. But there's still the first rifle sitting in Moy's hand, which can at least guard one of those bombers. But yeah, mostly Berto is fine here. He's having 7 cards in hand, so he's not relying too much on the Sherman draw for now, which would be the biggest downside of not drawing or not getting your deployment effects. So for now, he's in an okay spot. That Pedliakov is not hurting too much for now. And yeah, Moy not finding any of his big units for now. Only double Ura in hand, which could be very important, as we just saw earlier. But yeah.
Well, this is a nice way to. He's cleaning up the board over here, and again, just opting to. There's an opportunity here to perhaps trade with the 109th in the back. Looks like a very clean value trade if you want it, but going face here is also an option here. Keeps the board, but you could see him just a little more to the right here. Just want to get his bearings in. Stay on target. Stay on target. And he's really agonizing over this decision. What is he thinking about here?
I mean, the downside of just trading the Yak in, he's probably not getting a draw from it next turn. And his hand is looking kind of awkward here. I mean, he has the Scouting Party plus Winter Warfare, which is a lot of potential draw. And maybe if he keeps the Yak alive, he's just forcing out a trade from Berto into it. So Berto does not want him to give him additional draw. So he kind of needs to take care of that one. But on the other hand, that 5-2 is also really scary. If he's just pushing it up or he's just leaving it there, protected with a Skytrain maybe, then it's not accessible from the Pedliakov. So yeah, lots of decision making there, deciding to leave the 109s alive, going face there, and that forces us a PIR trade from Berto into it. But now that Bellcat, we get the buff from the 109s, which enables the trade there for Berto. Still having a guard up. But yeah, it's getting closer for the Pedliakov.
Pedliakov doing its best to just hide behind these guards as they're really protecting the value of this bomber's scouting party being considered over here. You got to think that the Pedliakov is going to go ahead and just clean up the 5-2 in the front line, but we'll see how this goes, because there's certainly other ways that you can get some work done here. Drawing cards, great way to do this, but look at this. You know, a little bit of magic here and there is really getting the job done. Not enough room in the back line, so trading, frankly, is I think the only way to go, but we're going to drop another 33rd, and that's a lot of that just replenishes your hand. If there's a way to sort of get rid of everything over here, you're going to be, you know, reaping the rewards. The strategic bombing gets a lot of work done, but again, the silver lining to having your whole board wiped is you got options, baby. You just drew a bunch of cards.
Yeah, exactly. But also Berto just got his biggest threat removed out of the game. I think the Pedliakovs were his biggest issue in just winning this match. Now both copies are gone. And yeah, now Berto can just unfold the strengths of his deck as long as the front line is free. And I don't see a way where Moy just pushes up to the front line this turn. So we might just see that 32nd go in and then maybe followed up by 1 or 2 Shermans. But never mind, the Red Thorn just stopping anything going to the front line here. Unfortunately, we cannot see Berto's hand, but if there's a Red Devils, that would be a way to just push back into the front line. He's probably also having half track, so could also be a good idea to push back that 6-6. That would also reduce or reset
Nice call. Yeah.
the cost on that one. That assumes he's having 2, maybe? No.
There's the Red Devils, though. I wonder if this is met with also a Sherman to just go ahead and really turn the tides over here. The Red Devils able to go ahead and capture the front line. Sherman, a 4/4 tank for 4, wants to see a fellow American brethren in the front line before it starts bringing in a little extra help, calling in the supply drop, as it were. And no, we're going with the infantry. The 99th are going to 2-stack it on the front row. I wonder if Berto was actually considering, we can't see his hand, but there was a little bit of hesitation there, opting to maybe just really shore up the front line and protect it with a 5-7, but maybe there was also the option of a Sherman draw as well that he was considering.
I'm just doing the calculations here. If Moise maybe having lethal with Winter Warfare, that would damage 5 units. That means that the counter-offensive would give +10 on these 34s. And then with double Ura, is this even enough credits? No, you can only play 1 Ura. But should not be enough. So both players really close to closing out the game here. Berto having 2 Blitzkriegs in the deck and Moy being down to 8 HP. It's another really close one where both players, depending on how the next turn goes or the next 1-2 turns go, both players can easily win that one.
Here's the Winter's Warfare with the counter-offensive. Ura as well. Excess damage going to be shipped to the HQ. Look at the work that was done here. Berto hanging by a thread, pushed up so aggressively, and now down to 3.
Oh no, if this is the Blitzkrieg? He has it.
Wow.
Wow, that was a close one.
So you're
One of
spot on
those
there,
two
Spooz,
cards
yeah.
were top decks. I saw that one. I'm not sure if it was 35-2 or the Blitzkrieg, but really good find there. Just closing out the game with that one, giving Berto the 2-0 lead. So both players really close matches, but in the end a little bit, yeah, more on the better end for Berto, but very close series so far.
Berto 2-0 has only the Japanese aggression list to lean on, and Moy now maybe down 0-2, but has the luxury of options, knows what Berto's going to be bringing to the party, so can best position himself to give him the best odds here. What are you looking? What is out of Moy's, all of Moy's decks here? What is the biggest thorn in Berto's side? Like, what is the most toughest matchup that Berto's going to have to face of the 3 remaining decks that Moy has access to?
So, if I remember correctly, then the consensus is that Japan, Berto is only having access to that Jaguar list, and this is really strongly countered, or not countered, but unfavorable against that Soviet deck, that self-damage deck. So if the self-damage deck player knows what he's doing, then he should be in a favorable position. So probably expect Moy to bring that list. I think you don't want to look into a mirror matchup here. You just want to have, yeah, maybe your confidence back, stick with that Soviet list, and yeah, just try to get finally a win with it.
Both players, I mean, Berto's got no decisions to make. He's just got to sit back and wait as Moy really is fighting for his tournament life here. It's the final quarterfinals at the OCC Ultimate. We've got 3 competitors who are going to be playing tomorrow for that championship, for that title, whereas Berto and Moy both looking to punch through. Berto's got, 3 kicks at the can to make it through, whereas Moy has to now win out. Reverse sweeps are not rare, so this is hardly over, but Berto is, oftentimes in these scenarios, Spooz, when you're like, I got to win 3. And sometimes whether the matchups are in your favor or not, you sometimes are just banking on your opponent perhaps drawing poorly in one of the matches or something. But against Japanese aggro, there's very few opportunities for you to whiff. You're always drawing something that you can afford for the most part, as we're already well into this matchup here.
Why are we always tuning in at turn 3? Is there I don't know, a system behind that one? But yeah, what do we see here? Moy already established a 3-4 guard. Berto looks like he did not have the best starting hand in the world. Only delivered 2 damage so far.
Could have been, yeah, I see 2 sickles, bloody sickles that were played. So that would attest for Moy being down to 18. Probably just bloody sickled into bloody sickled, clear some units off the board, established a guard. And this is going to be very tough for Berto to punch through. However, a lot of the destruction effects of these units are going to get work done anyways. I think what Moy is wholeheartedly looking for here is some method to go ahead and gain defense and to just shore up some of this. If he can find some way to just go ahead and grab some more health on that HQ, he'll feel a lot better. Guards are one thing, sure, but they are, not long for this world against the never-ending onslaught of this Japanese aggression list.
Yeah, Moi really looking for that engineer battalion, that 1 credit 0-4, that whenever one of your units dies, you gain +2 health. Yet the biggest disadvantage here for Moi playing self damage is that you're not just damaging yourself, also your opponent has a lot of tools to deal additional damage, not just unit damage or combat damage to your units. Unfortunately for Berto, he did not find his signal regiment by now, which would be even a bigger problem for Moi, because then, yeah, his HQ health would melt even faster. And so far, both players, yeah, having their options here. Berto has a lot of surprise attack removal stuff in hand. Sendai Regiment probably helps him getting rid of that first rifles without giving them the destruction effect of just deploying another guard. But most likely, I'm not sure if he's even going for it here. Yeah, Moi just killing it himself because it's already damaged, and maybe you can use that removal on that 6-6, for example, because you also don't want to have that one in the front line. And other than that, oh, there's the Red Signal Regiment. Now it's Berto's time to shine. Moi not really having an answer for that one. And even if you would have Red Dawn is only dealing 3 damage and also damaging yourself for 3. So yeah, that Signal Regiment not coming down now, but later in the game, this could be a big problem for Moi.
Look at all the work that was done. Oh, it was huge.
It was juicy.
It was nasty, and like you mentioned, picking up the first Signal Regiment is great. It's going to be a 1-drop that's going to tax every time a trade is made. It's going to deal 1 damage. Now, like you mentioned, those engineers would help out Moi to sort of shore up some of that life total. But that is a huge, huge help for Berto in the long run, mainly because once these guards go up, it'll be difficult to just access the HQ and deposit damage directly there. But if the first Signal Regiment is online and healthy and safe in the back line, that basically means that you're going to get work done. That attrition will eventually work in your favor. There's a surprise attack pinning down, let's go +2, which the second go around will just basically destroy a pinned unit. So very cheeky ways to get removal off those Type 94s in the back. They're generated by units. It's which is great because you get the benefit of the unit, which then generates the removal for you. So it saves you deck space, and you don't have to clog up your deck with stuff that you don't want.
Berto additionally finding the 5-credit fighter Shiden, which is a 4/4 with Fury, and also deploying it this turn just as an additional threat, which just stares down 12 damage, also protecting against the Pedlyakov, because yeah, bombers just have to attack fighters first when there are fighters, and that Shiden has ambush, so no way for Moi to just kill that unit. And probably going for the key 83 here to not be that next turn.
Yeah, it's a tough trade to make here, but it's a necessary trade based off of, everything else that exists right now. I mean, you're basically staring down lethal. You have to be doing the work for them. And as you can see, already kind of dropping a little bit of the emotes, because a 5/4 with Fury is going to put in a lot of work. If there's a way to buff this up by any means, it'll get even uglier. Berto hunting for perhaps a way to just end this outright right now doesn't seem to be the case, but the work he's putting in is pretty good at the moment. And with those 33rds on the line, not good enough. That is backbreaking.
Yeah, Berto was guaranteed to find the desperate measures out of the Aradu because there are only 2 orders in the deck. Or it was the only order left in the deck, and that just gives him the possibility. Even when Moi just removes the Shiden now, it's very likely that Desperate Measures is giving him lethal next turn. And
oh, he says, screw it, I'm doing it myself. That's going out like an absolute champ. Moi, unfortunately, could not catch up to the sheer force and aggression of Japanese aggro. I've been there, I've done that, and sometimes when you feel safe, it's just never ending. It just keeps coming, and between Sendai Regiment that just kind of scoops your stuff away and whisks it off into Never Neverland, or the double surprise attack, just to go ahead, pin and delete. It's tough to get around when they have tools like that.
And a huge shout out to Burrito for being the first player to actually sweep their opponent. So, friend of the show, Berto, punching his ticket to tomorrow's semi-final action. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket so we can set you all up for exactly what we are going to see tomorrow when we get our semifinals, our bronze match, and our grand finals going on tomorrow. The winner of this event will take home a whopping $1,000 US. Anybody who is eliminated today will still get 125 $25, so a little bit of pocket change, a little bit of walking around money. There you see Tiger defeating Head 3-2 and Noan defeating J King 3-2. So we're gonna have Tiger versus Noan as our first semi-final. We had Jinlun take out Leo 3-1 and Berto with the sweep that you just witnessed 3-0. That means Jinlun and Berto. We have our final four here for the first ever OCC Ultimate. We'll find out exactly who the first ever champion is going to be. Spooz, our first Ultimate, is it everything you thought it would be so far for day one?
I mean, we just had everything we wanted, right? We had 2-0 leads, and then just Tiger just came back against Head. We had that 3-0 sweep from Berto, which was just really impressing. It was closer than it actually just looked in the end, because both players could have won the first two matches. And really exciting first day, and I'm even more excited for tomorrow with the semifinals and then the grand finals for the first ever OCC Ultimate.
Like, anything specific you're looking forward to tomorrow as we get ready for the semifinals?
Sustained Canadian dominance. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Well, I mean, we've got it on the panel. Might as well have it in the event as well. So thank you so much, Flake and Spooz, Bubbles and Darkness, to all of the players. It's going to be another heck of a day tomorrow. But most importantly, thank you all for tuning in to day one of the OCC Ultimate. Come back tomorrow, same cards time, same cards place for the grand finale.